Okay. All right. I'll call this reconvened meeting of the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services to order. We acknowledge that we're on the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's staff, who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart. Councillor Carr. Councillor Deschanel is not in the chamber. Councillor Fry is in the chair. Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Weeb. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato is on a leave of absence for a portion of the meeting. Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young. You have quorum, Vice Chair Fry.
Thank you, Clerk. So I'd like to go over the plan for the evening. We have 4 members' motions that remain from yesterday's meeting. These motions were all referred from the regular council meeting on Tuesday, June 25th to hear from speakers. First, we'll continue to hear from speakers on item 6 of the agenda, accountability for climate change, beginning with speaker number 2. Upon completion of item 6, we will move on to items 7, 9, and 10. Item 8 was withdrawn from the agenda last evening. Once we have completed the remaining items, we will reconvene in regular council to approve the remaining actions and recommendations for the committee. Speakers can follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link on that form will be tweeted out on VanCityClerk. Should any business not be completed at today's meeting, it will be referred to the Standing Committee meeting on July 10th. And I'll be providing an update on this later tonight. One moment, Councillor Kirby-Young. Please.
If I may, at this time, I'm just wondering, because I've had a number of inquiries from speakers for item 10, our final item of business, if at what point in the evening's proceedings we may determine if we're going to try to shoot for the items, or at what point we might make a decision that we may not be able to entertain and discuss.
Yeah, I think maybe let's get a sense of how we're moving after this first hour. And maybe we can make a call at that point.
Okay, great. I just wanted to raise that early in the evening, that if at some point we can make a call, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Sorry, Clerk, am I reading 5 here? Yeah, okay. For everyone's information, at the March 13th, 2019 Standing Committee meeting, Council agreed to consider suspending and varying certain provisions in the procedure bylaw for regular Council and Standing Committee meetings during April through July, as part of the Council Meeting Procedures pilot project. As a reminder, Council approved suspending Rules 10.6, 13.8, and 13.9 for this meeting on June 26. Suspending Rule 10.6 allows Council members 2 minutes to introduce their motion and 1 minute each to ask clarifying questions of the mover of a member's motion. Suspending Rules 13.8 and 13.9 means speakers will have 3 minutes each to address council, and council members will have a 3 minutes for questions and answers of speakers. Council approved suspending these rules at the meeting yesterday. Council members, you may ask clarifying questions of speakers. However, speakers are not required to answer. After hearing from speakers, we will go on to discussion of the motion. I would like to remind council members that on March 13th, 2019, council agreed to require amendments to be submitted to the clerk in final written form before the member introduces them. Please ensure the clerk has received your amendment before it is your turn to speak. Excuse me. We will begin by returning to item 6 on the agenda, accountability for climate change, which was moved by Councillor Boyle. We will continue to hear from speakers on this motion, beginning with speaker number 2, Dustin Clout. Mr. Clout.
Thank you, Chair Fry.
And 1 moment, I'm going to start your timer. Have you spoken to us before?
I have not. No, this is my first time.
So you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and there'll be a little blinky light next to you on your left, and it'll start blinking when you're coming up on your time. And I'll let you know.
Thank you.
Please begin.
Thank you, Mayor and Councillors. I will be speaking in favor of this motion. My name is Dustin Clout. I'm a Vancouver resident since 2010. I'm presently a lawyer with Power Law, where I specialize in public law, constitutional law, and also commercial law. I've also done master's studies in law focusing on climate change litigation specifically and published on the subject, which is why I'm here to speak today. This will be my fourth council in the Lower Mainland that I've spoken to. I've previously spoken to councils at the District of North Van, Port Moody, and Richmond. I'm here today to ask Vancouver to continue to demonstrate its climate leadership, building on the Climate Emergency Declaration and the recent climate mitigation and adaptation planning motions that have been passed. I think we can all see with the recent fires that are hugging the borders of Metro Vancouver and Horseshoe Bay, and even up in the Sunshine Coast, that there's a highlighting of concerns of added costs on the horizon with climate change adaptation. We're going to continue to see fires locally, floods, and other elevated public health costs, etc. In response to these sort of concerns, we're seeing all around the world a proliferation of litigation, primarily against national governments for not meeting scientifically necessary targets, including in Canada recently. There's the group Environnemental Jeunesse in Quebec that's had a certification motion going forward just this month, so you'll see more on that soon. And all around the world, we're seeing ordinary folks coming forward, challenging governments over approvals of major energy infrastructure, or not implementing specific policies to adequately adapt or mitigate, or not implementing specific necessary targets. But we're also seeing another emerging side of climate justice and class of litigation brewing. And that's with respect to carbon majors, large-scale energy companies, producers, who are being hauled before courts in a variety of places. We're seeing it in Germany, probably the furthest along piece of litigation. It's up to their apex court already, where an appeal court has found that there is the possibility for liability against the largest German producer, RWE, for some of the harms caused by its actions. We're also seeing in the United States a great proliferation of litigation by cities. Cities like New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Seattle, the state of Rhode Island, amongst others. And these cities in the United States are suing on the basis of tort law, and that's what this motion is essentially asking for. Three things with relation to tort law: that the city bring forward a letter of demand to the carbon majors, putting them on notice, but also a letter to the province and to the federal government, seeking similar legislation to tobacco and also to opioids recently. That's creating legislative reform to make things easier to bring forward a lawsuit if a city or a group of cities should decide in the future that they want to recover taxpayer monies for climate adaptation.
Mr. Cloud, if you could wrap it up, you're just after 3 minutes.
I'm just after 3 minutes. Okay. This litigation is still at the early stages, but very recently a group of 28 law professors came forward and said that it's possible. And I implore council to take the steps in the motion that's been put forward and consider the possibility of litigation to recover some taxpayer money that could be expended in the future.
Thanks,
Thank
Mr. Clout. You do have questions. And I'll just advance the queue. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, you talked multiple times about carbon majors. I'm wondering, in the motion, it talks about the 20 letters that we should be sending. Do those 20 classify as carbon majors, or what is the metrics to determine what company of the 90-plus fossil fuel companies meet the carbon major definition?
It isn't a term of legal precision. It's kind of a loose term that's used for any large-scale company. I don't think there's a specific answer to that question as to what is the specific cutoff for a carbon major. Anyone who's a large scale. In the specific motion, it was the 20 that were proposed based on the HEED study in 2013.
Right.
But they're not definitively classified as carbon majors, and there's not, to say, other carbon majors that aren't put on. It's just a general term that's been used.
Okay, do you think we should be sending letters to all 90-plus fossil fuel companies, or do you think that it makes sense to just go after or just send letters to the 20 that were identified?
I mean, it will be within the discretion of council, but I do think that the 20 was kind of an easy cutoff based on the scientific evidence in terms of the attribution science that has been done, which is why West Coast Environmental Law and Georgia Strait Alliance proposed that specific figure. But there's nothing stopping going after. But at a certain point, when a court goes to look at each individual company that might be brought forward in a suit, If their overall share is too marginal, it might not work in terms of causation standards. So it's kind of a calculation that has to be made with respect to which emitters are emitting so much. And that 20 was just a nice, easy round figure based on where the data fell in terms of their overall emissions.
Perfect. Thanks for that info.
Thanks very much for coming in and adding to this debate. So I'm trying to get my head around this a little bit, and I've been in conversations with Mayor Helps from Victoria, who was initially keen on suing, but has since moved away from it, citing that I'm just reading a Vancouver Sun story here that she's moved to pursuing more practical means, like again pushing the feds in the province to stop subsidizing fossil fuel companies outside of the I guess both of them. So what are your thoughts on that as we kind of think about the city's finite resources and how much money and time we have to do this? So I think I'm sending a letter. So if it's 20, then it goes to 90, and it's work I can't do on something else. So maybe you could help me work through this.
I think it's important to note that just at the start it would be practical measures like going to the province and asking for legislation that other cities have done to make it easier in the future. And it would be a consideration as to whether litigation happens in the future. The sort of thing that could be done as well as there could be the teamwork, resource sharing in terms of a class action brought forward. I appreciate that the city has finite resources, but this is a significant step amongst many. It's important to lobby on many different fronts, and we're seeing more and more that litigation is one of those fronts to help move the dial on some generally slow action. I personally think that it is something that the city should devote resources to and consider and try to take whatever steps they can at this point to make the task of suing easier in the future if necessary, because costs will continue to rise. It's a foregone conclusion at this point.
Thanks. I mean, I guess the choice is like it's often between things here. So where would you put this on your scale of stuff we should, if I wake up tomorrow morning, should this be the very first thing I should do, or are there other things I can do as mayor to move this along faster? Just try to help me prioritize it and see what. And you're the expert.
It's kind of a difficult question, not knowing all this.
I have to answer it though.
Mayor Stewart, but and I'm sure it's quite a lot. But I do think it's important. It's pressing, as I mentioned. We've had a fire just on our border the other day. Moving forward, Richmond just this Friday has passed their motion. They're going forward at UBCM. Certainly having it on the near-term horizon and supporting their motion at UBCM is important. And also, the letters at some point is more of a mere formality and sending a public message. It is something that any litigation that's jumped into would have to be done with ample consideration with staff, things like that, and consultation with other cities. But I would stress that we are very much at a precipice, and we have really... I'm not a scientist, I'm a lawyer, but the scientists are saying we have, 10 years to have serious cuts and systemic changes to avoid climate catastrophe. So if you do have some time amongst your busy agenda, I would implore you to act on this front as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
And you have a question from Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks so much. Appreciate you coming in and the work that you do. I've got 3 questions. I mean, my first is it seems that a lot of the FIS pursuit of damages would depend on being able to assess the degree to which the companies are actually emitting greenhouse gas emissions. I'm worried about the verifiability of that, given especially the more recent report that companies have been underestimating their emissions from the tar sands.
Again, thank you for that excellent question, Councillor Carr. Difficult for me to verify in this that I'm not a climate scientist, but certainly everyone seems to say that the state of attribution science with their emissions is improving. And I think we've seen from Dieselgate that these certain companies can hide certain emissions. It is something that can be done, but we have to rely on the good, passionate science folks who are out there who are, tabulating these things, attributing what levels of fault should go along with each emissions. And certainly if this was to go to court, the court would test it, and we'll see. We're still kind of on the precipice with this litigation, but Courts in other contexts with human rights litigation around climate change have verified and accepted the science, and the IPCC science, and including the emissions calculations involved in that, has a certain weight and gravitas. And I think that our courts would similarly do that with emissions rates and sciences that have been found.
Okay, that sounds good. One part of this motion asks for reaching out to other municipalities to investigate the possible collaboration around lawsuits. In your opinion, is it more effective to have suits that have a number of municipalities attached to them? And does that reduce costs?
To a certain extent, yes, it would. There are certain synergies that come from bringing one large lawsuit amongst different municipalities. Obviously, different municipalities have different circumstances. They have different adaptation costs, different risk factors involved. But some of the basic core legal principles involved in getting to the understanding of the legal frameworks is core shared work that could be done, and certainly collaboration on the research side of things in the pure law sense would be useful.
And the effectiveness in terms of being in court together, is there more, as you say, gravitas when you have joint action?
Certainly, there's greater strength in numbers. Having 5 or 6 municipalities or even more versus one shows a certain message, shows that the certain weight of democratic representation of a large swath of people has come forward in challenging this, and I think it's invaluable having a joint effort.
Right.
And that's your time for questions, Councillor Carr. Thanks, Mr. Clout. You have no further questions, so thank you very kindly. And our next speaker is Luca Pan, number 3. Luca Pan. Mr. Pan, you'll have 3 minutes. Very nice to see you, by the way. It's been many years. I knew you as a younger man.
Really?
Yes, sir.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, now you know.
Good
Very
to
nice
see
to
you
see
again.
You'll have 3 minutes, and the little blinky light will let you know when your 3 minutes are up, and you may have questions from councillors.
All right.
Please. Please be.
Well, as you know, my name is Luca Pan, and I'm for the proposed motion. I just want to make it clear that I'm standing here right now not as an environmentalist, not a conservative, not left or right. I'm a 16-year-old, and I'm scared. And I'm scared because my future is in jeopardy and not much is being done to secure it. I'm aware that each and every one of you councillors have been contacted personally through letters by young people stressing the importance of passing this motion. And I was one of those young people, and I'm here now to take my stand in person. So, accountability. As a teenager, this is something that I'm very familiar with. When someone draws on their desk, they're held accountable. When someone cheats on a test, they're held accountable. When someone does something that harms others or vandalizes or steals, lots of people will work very hard to ensure that that person is held accountable, and that is fair. That's how the world should work. When somebody is held accountable, it gives them an opportunity to see what they have done, who it has affected, and what needs to happen to make up for that. It is basic responsibility to be able to live up to your mistakes. And responsibility is an integral foundation of being a compassionate and wise human being, something we should all strive to be. So why is it thrown to the wayside when it comes to people with big money and people with power? And I'm talking about fossil fuel companies. In their world, they make mistakes, fund misinformation campaigns to pretend it didn't happen, and then leave the mess to us, walking away with money in their pockets. They are causing harm to us and our environment, our world, disrespecting and destroying the sole reason we exist, and actually the reason any of us are able to be here today. They're destroying all of this with no consequences whatsoever, and we actually end up getting the consequences, and we pay for them. I may not pay taxes now, but when the time comes that I will, my money is going to be paying for fossil fuel industry's crimes against humanity, literally. Not improved transit, not social infrastructure, but their crimes. And they will continue to profit and sit on millions of dollars. Destroying ecosystems, faking science, and carelessly bartering my generation's future, all for profit. To me, this is much more than stealing a chocolate bar, yet they face no consequences and no accountability. How is that just? How can I be proud of my city or my country when rules mean nothing, or when morals mean nothing and the rules are skewed? Accountability is integral, and this is where it needs to start. Whether they like it or not, fossil fuel companies must no longer play by a different set of rules than we do. We know that if we want to move together, which is something that we need to do, we must follow the same social and moral rules together. Regardless of the power, the money, stakeholders, lobbying, stocks, those who have caused harm to our world must be held accountable. The rules must be universal. I'm asking that you please vote in favor for this proposed motion because it is a vote for the future of my generation and for the future of our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pan. You do have questions? Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you so much for coming and for writing. I do have letters that have been sent to me from 16-year-olds from Prince of Wales.
Yeah.
And I don't see yours in this one, so maybe they were done into different batches. I'm not sure.
Well, it could be, yeah. We each wrote around, well, I know there was 8 letters written to each of the councillors approximately, but not everybody wrote one to each.
No, I understand. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks for.
I may have not contacted you personally.
Well, you can tell your classmates that they made a real impact on me.
Definitely, that's great to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for taking the time to coming and speaking. I think the power that you have is, you may not even realize how much it is in terms of changing how people elected feel about their decisions. And so I encourage you to keep that.
Thank you.
Keep that on.
Yeah, well, that's why I'd like to come here. Thanks.
That's it, Councillor Carr?
That is it.
Councillor Bly has questions.
Do. Thank you. Hi, and thank you very much for being here. I have a 14-year-old and a 19-year-old, and they are talking to me like you are all of the time. So echo Councillor Carr's comments, just don't stop advocating for what you believe in. Yeah. Which is also vote at 16. This is a little shameless plug, but I fully support those who would like to vote at 16 get to. So following that on Instagram and wherever they are, I think it's a movement that's very, very important. So all that being said, I'm going to ask you I'm going to ask you a bit of a challenging question to your analogy, which I really appreciate, around writing on the desks. So there's 90, and so, because this is what we hear, and this is what we're, similar to Mayor Stewart's comments, we have to balance what we can do at a jurisdictional level. I don't disagree with what you said, but I challenge the analogy around writing on the desks, in that fossil fuels are in 96% of what we use every single day.
Yeah.
So it's more like opening the door to go in your class.
Right.
Similar to the motion, it talks about the whereas, where it talks about vaping, it talks about the opioid crisis. But those are things that people are intentionally going and engaging in, whereas what you do every single day, you're using fossil fuels all of the time. So my question, because you are clearly a very intelligent young man, is what do you say to that? How do you respond to that so that we can get the right analogy for what's actually going on here?
Well, the way I think of it, I'd like to use an analogy to describe it in response.
Yeah.
But if you were to look at a family where the mother feeds the son, but the mother is also a crime lord, she's doing something right, and she has to be there. But that doesn't mean that her mistakes can just be excused. Mm-hmm. Fossil fuel companies, we rely on them to survive, but that doesn't mean we can let them get away with whatever they want to. There is serious crimes happening to our natural world, and there's money that could come from them to help us deal with that. And also, having them held accountable will probably encourage maybe to find new ways to prevent that from happening. I mean, if anybody's going to be in control of new sustainable and reusable resources, it's probably going to be the same people. So I guess more answering your question, I think, yes, they are responsible. I mean, we do use fossil fuels for everything, but that doesn't mean we can excuse the crimes attached to the industry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
All right, and that's your time, Councillor Bly. Councillor Swanson has questions for you.
I just wanted to thank you so much for coming. And I think you do good in the debate. I think you bested Councillor Bly. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. And Councillor Kirby Young.
Hi, thanks for being here. I was going to ask a sort of related question to Councillor Bly, and I'm just wondering, do you think if we all agree that we're trying to get to a similar place, that we've got some incredibly serious climate emergency we have to deal with, and we have to figure out the impacts of that and how to mitigate sea level rise and the impact on infrastructure and all those things, do you think there are different ways to get there instead of threatening legal action, potentially trying to work with the companies to establish funds, for example, that can be used for mitigation, or working together in terms of incenting companies to switch to, in a much more accelerated way, to developing alternative energy forms and moving forward? Do you think that people will respond if you, and this is just human nature, if you sort of threaten legal action versus if you go to them in a different way and say, how can we work together on doing this?
I think, yes, if we can make it happen, that's great. But in the end, we can make a decision on what to do, but we need to actually be able to make a difference. And I think if you get enough people together and you do, I'm not a lawyer, I don't really know, but I'm answering to the best of my ability. If we were to hold legal action against these companies, they'd have to do something. They wouldn't just brush them off. And if it doesn't go in our favor, if they'd be able to spend billions or millions on lawyers and it gets turned and however it works, it's still a story. It's still, the truth is coming out that they are doing wrong, and now they're just spending more money to hide it. I think if we can sit down and have a conversation and ask them to spend some of their profits on fixing these problems, that would be great. But in the end, it's the same outcome. It's still money coming from them to us. So however it happens, if it happens, that's the goal, I guess. But this seems like a pretty good option. It's something. We need to do something.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about human nature, because I'm sure that there's ways that you like to be asked to do things versus, being sued or threatened legal action. Can we go back to the crayons on the desk for a second? You used the crayons on the desk analogy. I was really interested in that one too.
Yeah.
And you said if somebody writes on the desk and uses the crayons, they should be punished for that, right? That makes sense.
Yeah, well, maybe not punished, but held accountable.
Held accountable. So do you think that the person that made the crayons should also be held accountable?
No, not really. Unless on the package it said right on your desk. But what are you saying in that? Should we hold the Earth accountable for having fuel in it?
I think I was just drawing an analogy, but that's
okay.
Great. But I really do appreciate you being here, and good for you for coming out.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. And I've put myself on the queue. And I really appreciate your answers and your quick thinking here. As we think about these kind of legal actions in these suits, we know it's going to be a long haul, and it could take years, many years, 10, 12, 15, 20 years, who knows. What do you think that we'll get out of this suit? Will this be paying it forward for the next generation, and for what would that money look like? Obviously we can't turn back the clock and stop time, and it won't necessarily affect change now.
Well, I think there's lots of levels to it. On the outside, what it is it's getting money to be able to pay for stuff like we're going to have to rebuild the seawall or raise the walls, I'm pretty sure. Things like that, costs from climate change. But in it, and the effect that this would have more just on everybody's brain, is that we actually do need to do something, and that maybe to these companies, it would give them an incentive to try to stop emitting so much, to maybe change their ways. And it would kind of be a catalyst for the much needed social change and change in all aspects that we do need to act on climate change. I think there's a lot more to it than just passing bills and protesting. Everybody needs to be the change in this. Nobody's going to change it for anybody else. And this is a good step for that, to people to be able to see that. I think it's, in the climate motion, I think most steps are steps in the right direction. So, I'm sorry if I didn't directly answer your question.
I think that's great. That's great. It was more of a theoretical question about the nature of the future and if we're paying it forward this way and really
Yeah.
sort of
In that, I think
making an investment in our future.
anything in the climate motion is paying it forward to the future because they're the ones who are going to have to deal with our whatever we decide to do.
Well, Mr. Pan, so nice to see you. So well done today, and my regards to your folks, please.
Thanks, all of you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Pan. It looks like Councillor Kirby-Young, did you?
That's okay. I got time.
Oh, point of procedure? No, sorry. It's
Oh.
no, it's not for you. It's for me.
Oh.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On advice from the clerk, I wanted to make a motion, if I could, at this time, to refer item 10 to the next scheduled standing committee meeting scheduled for July 10th at 3 p.m.
I'm sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young. Could you refresh my? I don't have the agenda. Which?
Item 10 is the motion titled Accelerating Industrial Affordability.
Okay.
And I'm advised by the clerk that I do have the ability to do that. I had consulted with her.
Okay. Clerk, does that require a formal voting queue, or is that a show of hands? Okay, so the motion on the floor from Councillor Kirby-Young is to move item 10 to the standing committee meeting on
July 10th.
July 10th at 3 o'clock. So we'll call the vote to move the standing committee item, to move item 10 to the standing committee on July 10th at 3 o'clock. And can we open a voting queue? So all in favor or opposition? Councillor Bly. Okay, and that passes with all in favor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You are welcome. Okay, thank you, everybody. Now we are on to our next speaker. Speaker number 4, Yvonne Raoul. Hello.
Hello, yeah.
No, sir, you'll have, yeah, that moves on its own. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and you may have questions from the councillors.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be speaking for 3 minutes because, anyway, I've been here last night, and this is a great learning experience for me as a teacher. I'm discovering a lot and how this functions too. I realize how peaceful you are to one another. This is amazing. I'm also realizing this is a family affair. Everybody seems to know each other here. I happen to know also Mr. Weeb, who was in my classroom in grade 9. And he's grown in size and wisdom, and I really think it's great. So I'll just carry on with my speech here. Andrew Gage did cover pretty much everything that I was going to cover myself. And this young gentleman did the rest.
I'm sorry, Mr. Raoul, could you move a little closer to the mic, please?
Yeah, it was amazing what this young gentleman did, and he said everything. So what do I have to add to this? Well, I'm going to add a bit of emotion to the whole thing, maybe, because we had the rationality and we had the lawyers and so on. I'm here for my grandkids. I've got 7 of them, and I'm not responsible for that. My 3 kids have I've got 7 grandkids, and I'm extremely worried for them. So, I'm also here because I'm a taxpayer. But you know what? I don't mind paying taxes. We are a civilized, what we call civilized. I'm not too sure sometimes if we're fully civilized, but we do classify ourselves as a civilized nation. It's because we pay taxes. It's because we realize that we have things in common and we have to share things. That makes a big difference between us and what we call developing nations too, I think. So I don't mind paying taxes, but I resent the fact that some of my taxes will go to subsidize the oil barons. And I will get even further mad because these people, when they make a mess, we have to cover the costs. That is simply not fair. My parents taught me that, and I taught this to my kids. And I'm sure that your parents have taught you the same thing too. We knew about all this. We should have been sending letters years ago. Mayor Stewart, to answer the first part of your question that you were asking someone, I would send a letter right away, and it would be a panic letter, and it would be a letter backed up by lawyers and all kinds of people who know about this stuff, the scientists and so on. We shouldn't be waiting for this. Just like yesterday, we had librarians here begging for money. Can you believe that librarians have to come and ask for money when books are the foundation of our society? This is why we are here. This is why we speak, we read. There's no value to that. Now,
Mr. Rowell, you're just coming up on the end of your time.
Government should have known this long time ago. So let's do something about it. Obviously, I support this motion. Now, I'm not going to show up every day here. This is my first and probably my last time. I feel much better on the road working against the pipeline, and the fight is going back, and I will go back too. This is why I've worded today a little special, and I'll show you this, but this is a little radical thing, but why not? I put my little sweater today, and it's called, what is it written here? I can't read upside down.
Okay, Mr. Rowell, we...
Very much. I've said what I had to say.
Yeah, that's your 3.5 minutes. Now, you do have questions from Councillor Carr. I'm sure we all have questions about what was Mike like in grade 9, but we'll just take Councillor Carr.
I want to know what the T-shirt.
Rebel, and he's still
I want to know what the T-shirt says. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate several things. That, well, number one, that you talked about being here for your grandchildren. I'm a new grandmother, first time, so I understand. And secondly, that you don't mind paying taxes, but I think I understood, correct me if I'm wrong, that you don't mind paying taxes for some things, but you don't want to clean up the mess, right? So it depends on what the taxes go for?
Well, yeah.
Okay. So you would tell me if you would mind if this council chose to pursue a lawsuit, which could cost a lot, against the companies that produce from the fossil fuel industry that produce a lot of GHGs.
A lawsuit is a lot cheaper than what we're going to pay in the future. So I would go for any lawsuit, big time. And lawyers need to make a living too. So as far as I'm concerned, lawsuits are on, and this is saving money for the future. And all my grandkids live here in Vancouver, by the way. All of them on the east side.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Carr, and thank you, Mr. Rowell. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry. You do have a question from Councillor Wiebe.
Oh, my God.
Thank you very much, and obviously thanks for teaching me the little things of where fruit fly comes from. I think part of this is the conversation that we're having now, and this is great to see it's happening in different municipalities. How do we change this conversation so everyone's on board? And I think one of the councillors talked about being very divisive,
Right.
but we need to get the funding back to pay for the damage that happened. But how do we change that conversation?
We change that conversation by having people like Gordon and me and the students and coming to talk, like normal people coming to talk to you. This is why I like this venue. This is the best of democracy. I wish we could do the same thing and have this at the provincial level and at the federal level. You know, decent people doing their best to explain what they feel inside in their heart and in their mind. Why not use that time? And we're using it here. And I thank you, all of you, for allowing this. Well, you don't have to allow it. This is part of our democracy. But I think it's a great process that we have here. Wonderful process. And the city is the base of politics. This is where things start. And we move to the provincial and the federal. But, you know, if things are going to change, it's because people are going to push it from under. It's because people will get energized and believe in life.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rowell. Our next speaker is speaker number 5, Anna Barford from the Georgia Straight Alliance. Ms. Barford, you'll have 3 minutes to speak and possibly questions from council.
Hello, my name is Anna Barford, and I am the community organizer for Georgia Straight Alliance. Through my work, I travel on either side of the Strait of Georgia and work with folks taking action to stop the climate breakdown. I am speaking today in full support of the motion. In many ways, municipalities are perfectly placed to lead in helping residents make better choices for our climate. Municipalities are also among the first to deal with adaptation to the impending breakdown by reinforcing seawalls and designing transportation and storm infrastructure for intensifying flooding, wildfires, and storm surges. Even a municipality that achieved zero carbon emissions yesterday under a scheme that had a punitive tax for fossil fuel corporations would face adaptation costs, as a non-smoker suffers health impacts from secondhand smoke. Taxpayers are already paying some of the price for climate breakdown. Vancouver's own estimates is that we will be spending $1 billion by 2100 to deal with sea level rise alone. Taxpayers are the only ones covering that bill right now. Meanwhile, the companies that profit are selling their climate destabilizing fossil products aren't contributing their fair share. The carbon polluter is not paying anything at all. These corporations are expanding their oil and gas reserves. This is despite the fact that the science is crystal clear that we need to transition completely away from fossil fuels. The motion talks about the top 20 fossil fuel producers. These are the 20 global and historic producers who have put a third of fossil fuels on the market, including such familiar names as Chevron, Saudi Aramco, and Royal Dutch Shell. Shell, in a letter to Victoria, celebrated their $2 billion investment in renewable energies, but notably omitted their $30 billion of investments to expand and develop their fossil fuel reserves. If the financial statements of the big oil and gas companies continue, from Texas and Dubai and around the world, then those companies, their investors, and ultimately world governments will continue to make these awful decisions that worsen the problem for us and keep profits flowing for them. They need to be brought into the conversation about their fair share. Not 100% of our costs, but no longer 0% either. We only have a short time to make these changes on a global scale, and the most meaningful way to engage with corporations is through their bottom line. Legal action is not a one-step process, and the motion before you looks to investigate options, and specifically options shared with your municipal peers. Legal actions, and even their precursors, are an invitation to a structured conversation about accountability that is long overdue. Indeed, in other jurisdictions, it is already beginning. More than 20 municipalities in BC have sent or are sending damages letters, and Toronto is investigating their options. This does not initiate a suit or point fingers of blame. What it does do is begin a conversation that explicitly includes the cost of climate change, our rights as residents and taxpayers, and real accountability. We all contribute to dealing with climate change, and this includes a just transition for companies and their workers, away from fossil fuels and into energy companies that are no longer a threat to our atmosphere. This one
Ms.
meaningful
Barford,
way,
you just hit 3 minutes, so if you can wrap it up.
we can start a conversation about that aspect of the transition.
Sorry, that was, you had it timed perfectly, and I blew your flow. I'm so sorry. You do have questions from Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, you talked about starting the conversation, and 20 plus municipalities have been kind of on this debate. I want to know the counties or cities or towns that have started the debate but have pulled away, and why your reasoning, you think, of those not being involved in the debate.
That's an interesting question. I can't speak for what's in the minds of those councillors and mayors that have pulled away.
You know the number, maybe, so we get a context?
The only one I know who has made public statements is Lisa Helps. Those public statements do not reflect the communication or information coming out of those councils. That was just conversations with the media. And the statements were specifically about litigation, not about sort of every tool in the toolbox that is available to the City of Victoria. They are continuing to track their costs of climate change, which is part of sort of a legal conversation, but what actually are the costs, which is an aspect that is missing from the dialogue so far.
Okay, thank you very much.
And you have a question from Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. So I'm also curious to hear if you think, I hear from Mayor Helps and others some concern about the timeline that these legal actions could play out over a long period of time, and obviously we feel this really urgently. Do you have a sense of, like, even though a lawsuit, how long a lawsuit might take and what might happen in the meantime, if there are benefits along the way? Or
yeah, absolutely, there are benefits along the way. We've, to be honest, already seen behavior changes from corporations in Canada as well as in the States, and different behavior through lobbying activities, recognition of the Paris Agreement, at least externally, if not on their balance sheets yet. And so even at the early stages that we are now, not being anywhere close to launching a suit, actually we've seen positive impacts from this towards preventing climate change.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
Okay, and thank you kindly, Ms. Barford. Now, next, speaker number 6 has withdrawn. Speaker number 7, Claudia Cornwall. Good evening, Ms. Cornwall. You have 3 minutes and a little blinky light next to you to let you know when your time is running out.
Thanks for listening. My name is Claudia Cornwall. I'm the co-owner of a property at 2238 West 36th Avenue in Vancouver, and I'm speaking in favor of the motion. My mother is 99 and has lived in that house on 36th Avenue for 60 years. It is a small home, one of the last cottages left in Kerrisdale. Despite its small size, of course, the taxes are steep. And I am concerned about the rising expenses that Vancouver will face due to global warming. The city will have to defend itself against rising sea levels, river floods, freak storms like the one in 2006 that leveled 10,000 trees in Stanley Park. Perhaps, as Seattle has done, it will have to create smoke-free shelters. After all, in 2017, smoke from the fires caused emergency room visits in Vancouver to spike by more than 20% when people sought help for respiratory issues. For decades, fossil fuel companies have been aware of the problems associated with the extraction and use of their products. In 1991, Shell oil scientists created a documentary called Climate of Concern. And I think that it's like an Al Gore movie with the same hockey stick charts showing carbon dioxide levels going up and corresponding temperature increases, although it appeared 15 years before an inconvenient truth. Shell Oil shelved the movie and did not inform its customers or shareholders about what its experts knew. So I think the questions we've been hearing about other ways to approach fossil fuel companies, they could have seen themselves as energy companies and said, okay, we're going to, in 1991, we would have been so much further ahead if they had said, well, we're energy companies, we can do sustainable energy as well as fossil fuels, and we can move in that direction. They did not. They decided to protect their investments and, regardless of the consequences, just proceed with just concentrating on fossil fuels. So that's one of the reasons why I think they could have acted and they didn't. And so I think, and they're still, they're not seeing too much action there. So fossil fuel companies have not been truthful about the harms associated with their product, and the rising costs caused by them will fall on the shoulders of property owners in Vancouver who will have to pay increased taxes. But I think that fossil fuel companies and their shareholders who profit from the sale of products that are largely responsible for global warming should pay a fair share of the costs, as like everyone's been saying tonight, not all the costs, but a share. And climate liability legislation would make it easier for Vancouver to recover some of the expenses due to climate change. And and I think BC was a leader in this with the tobacco legislation. And so I think that please ask our government to lead again and support this motion.
Thank you, Ms. Cornwall. You do have questions from Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Ms. Cornwall, for being here. And you're a taxpayer within Vancouver. So I did ask an earlier speaker about this. Some people say, well, the cost of pursuing a lawsuit is too much of a burden for taxpayers to take on. So what's your response to that as a taxpayer?
Well, first of all, I think asking the provincial government to provide the legislation that would make a suit easier does not mean that you have to pursue the suit. It's just putting something in your back pocket in case you are faced with enormous costs. Then you might feel that you have something in your back pocket. And when we did this presentation in West Vancouver, one of the councillors said, well, this looks like it's not going to cost us anything and it may save us money in the future. So having this legislation to facilitate a suit like this would reduce your costs. So that's why it's a good idea to have it. And it doesn't mean that you have to pursue it. You can have the legislation that is facilitating a suit without pursuing a suit. You only have to do that when you are faced with costs that you want to recover.
I think I'm hopeful that that the public, people like you and your husband, who I acknowledge also was been on the front line on this issue, would also apply some pressure. It would be helpful as the city applies pressure or makes the request of the province if citizens are also involved in that. And do you know, I mean, you are very active, but do you know if there is sort of a concerted effort amongst citizens to apply that pressure?
Well, people have been writing letters to, the ministers of the environment, George Heyman, to John Horgan. I don't know how many people have been writing letters, and I don't know of any concerted letter writing campaign. But you're right. I mean, pressure from all sources would certainly be helpful. And I think, this legislation that I think would help, it's not just for cities. I mean, it would also help other organizations, First Nations groups, who are really severely impacted by climate change. I mean, they are at the front lines with the fires, with floods. They're really, really seriously, so they could benefit by something like this. And individuals. I mean, I see people, I just finished writing a book about the fires in the Caribou, and I've seen individuals, the Caribou people are so self-reliant. Their places burn down, and they start thinking about how they can rebuild. But do they ask anything from anybody? No. But they should have help. It's not their responsibility. It's not their fault that their forests burnt up or that their rangeland is destroyed. It's not their fault. So they should have help, and they often don't ask for it. So people like that should also be helped. And they sometimes can't get insurance now because the insurance companies won't insure people in the Caribou because they're too close to the potential of fire. So they're really stuck. Okay. And I think that's why legislation like this could help.
Thank you, Ms. Cornwall. And that's Councillor Carr's time for questions. And you have no further questions. Thanks very much, Ms. Cornwall. Next speaker is speaker number 8, Sophie Burks. Good evening, Ms. Burks.
Good evening. I just want to start by saying thank you to all of you for having us, by giving us time to speak today, and to Councillor Swanson and Councillor Boyle for putting forward this motion. My name is Sophie Burks. I live in East Vancouver. I'm a settler on this unceded Coast Salish territory, and I'm here to support the motion for accountability for climate change. I started speaking up about environmental and social injustices when I was 15 because I learned that 97% of Canada's tar sands are sold to the United States, of which a large amount is used by the US military to fuel wars abroad in Yemen, Somalia, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, taking millions of Black and Brown lives. And Canada has been profiting off of the death of Black and Brown people for centuries, and we continue to, in part by not standing up to fossil fuel companies. It's clear that we can't depend on the federal government to take the lead when it comes to acting on climate change, as they see no problem in buying the Trans Mountain Expansion Pipeline. But the federal government continues to be complicit in war, the refugee crisis, the climate crisis. The only level of government where I see leadership potential is at the municipal level. The oil and gas industry are embroiled in legal disputes brought on by states, cities, and children all over the industry's role in global warming. Cities like New York, San Francisco, Baltimore are all holding fossil fuel companies accountable using the same legal strategy that won against tobacco companies who hid the dangers of cigarettes, the same way these companies perpetuated climate change denial. Climate change is going to cost us billions, and I don't see why fossil fuel companies shouldn't pay their fair share. They funded climate change denial for decades and created this crisis in the first place. This is why I urge you all to support the entirety of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burks. I don't see any questions, but thank you very much for joining us. Oh, wait, sorry. Councillor Bly has questions.
I love talking to young people. And I love challenging young people because I actually think you are oftentimes the smartest people in the room when it comes to innovative. And I'm asking these questions because I get asked these questions and I want to know what would you say? How do you respond? So one question that I have for you, because you brought up, that the majority of this market is going into the United States. And so some people would argue that with the Trans Mountain, we have an opportunity to ship that oil to China. Mm-hmm. right? Okay, but this is what we hear. And I want to know what you would say to that, because these are a lot of the questions that we're getting, and some of us are, I can honestly say I don't have a firm opinion one way or another, and I appreciate this motion coming forward because we get to hear from people like yourself and other speakers, because this is the conversation that's happening all the time, and this is the divide that happens. So I wonder, part of that is around the dependency, our economy, and the dependency that we currently have, and what that transition looks like. And in response to the previous speaker around the mother who's feeding the child and also a criminal, she would stop feeding the child if punished for the criminal activity. So let's just follow that line of thinking all the way through. Now, I want you to have a chance to respond, and that's my only question. It's just, what would you say?
I was actually recently in China visiting family, and I have to say that China has taken a much bigger leadership role than Canada when it comes to climate change. As a developing nation, they have much way more accessible public transportation everywhere. They're trying. They know that a gridlock single-use cars and that sort of thing doesn't work in such large cities with large populations. So they're already transitioning away. China has invested so much money in solar panels. I think they're the #1 investors in the world, or they were a couple of years ago, and they're building huge fields of solar panels. And there was actually a report saying that there's very little interest in China for the tar sands coming out of Canada because they've already started that transition. And so it really makes absolutely no sense by opening up economically.
Can you share that report?
Yeah, sure.
Whatever you read, can
Yeah.
you share that with myself and whoever else would like to see it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you so much.
No worries.
Thank you, Ms. Burks. All right, moving on to speaker number 10, Sofia Rodriguez. Evening, Ms.
Hello.
Rodriguez. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank you all for letting us share our perspective today. My name is Sofia Rodriguez, and I'm originally from Germany and Peru. I've lived in Vancouver for about 5 years. I've been working in the VFX industry and video games industry, and I've been volunteering and raising a child. I have a daughter who's almost 2, and I'd like to feel that I'm here speaking on behalf of her as well. I think she's probably going to grow up here in Vancouver, and on the one hand, I'm really excited about that. I think Vancouver is a wonderful city, and it's a place where she can get a great connection to nature, because there's all these beautiful places you can go, and she can learn from First Nations people about their special link with nature. What I also like about the city and the country is that we have socialized healthcare and civilized things such as maternity leave and other, what I would call the framework of a civilized society. And I worry very much that at the same time, I do think the city is still lacking some of these things. I think there's not enough social housing and support for mental health, and things like daycare are very expensive and hard to get into. So I worry very much that with the billions that are coming on costs for climate change protection that are coming, that social programs and things that we take for granted and things that still need to be expanded will suffer, because the city needs to pay for that and prioritize more urgent, catastrophical things before social programs. So I think this motion is one good option to explore, to try to move away from that future where the city becomes very dystopian. And I imagine my daughter being an adult in a city that is more unequal, apart from all the scary things that are going to happen with climate change. To live in a city that is more desperate and more unequal makes me think of a science fiction dystopia. And I just think that if we have a chance to avoid that, we should explore all of our options in that way. And I think it's reasonable to expect the companies to share some of their huge profits that they made creating this problem with us who will suffer from this problem. And I think we're very used to companies socializing the costs and privatizing the gains. And I think that it needs to be talked about that could be different. Some people ask me why I speak about this when I'm not Canadian and I don't vote here. And I answer that I live here and my daughter is Canadian. And I think this issue is very global. It's a global issue if ever there was one. And I think all of our local efforts should coalesce into a bigger pattern that changes.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez, and that is your time.
Okay.
Thanks very much, and you have no questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And folks, I just wanted to remind a quick housekeeping that item number 10, the industrial lands, has been shifted to the next public committee meeting. I did see somebody who I suspect is coming to speak to that. So, the next speaker, speaker number 12, Ekaterina Potapova. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Ekaterina Potapova. You can call me Kate. I'm here to voice my support for motion accountability for climate change. I'd like to start by recognizing how empowered I was when you guys voted for climate emergency in Vancouver. Since then, it's becoming not only nationally but internationally recognized state, which makes me so hopeful. I moved to Vancouver 5 years ago from Russia, and I live in a place which is very similar to Northern Territories here in Canada that are located on permanent frost, that are very rich in natural resources that are being extremely exploited. So the climate change affects where I'm from so drastically, which makes me so scared for my family and friends. But I also realize that even though I think about them and I think about climate crisis globally, I can only act locally. I moved here 5 years ago. I live here in Vancouver, and that's why I'm here, and I'm asking you to pass this motion entirely. Just want to share, I recently heard David Suzuki speak, and I'm going to quote what the piece of information that shocked me. So he said that in 1965, president of the American Petroleum Institute warned the oil industry that there is still time to save the world from the catastrophic consequence of pollution from the burning of coal, oil, and natural gas, but time is running out. So that piece of information shocked me. In 1965, those big oil companies knew all along, but they still chose to pay billions and billions of dollars to climate change denial, which is still happening right now. They chose to do so because they didn't want to lose the demand for their products. They made so much money in the process, and we all here are going to pay the price. And we're going to pay the price because we live in a coastal city. And I also think about my family back home who is living on forever melting permanent frost. And it's sad. As residents in Vancouver, we clearly want you guys to focus on things that matters, like these guys who came yesterday and talked about the public library funds. We want to see you invest in accessible transportation and affordable housing rather than spending money on stopping forest fires and the flood management system. So I think that the big oil companies must pay their fair share of the costs. It is critical that these companies are held to account, and I hope you continue being such needed climate leaders in our politics these days, and you vote for this motion. Thanks for your attention.
Spasiba, Ms. Potapova.
You're welcome. Thanks.
And you have a question from Councillor Boyle.
Thanks for coming in. I'm just wondering, I hear so often and appreciate from young people this real sense of urgency. So I'm curious if a legal timeline feels longer, how that fits for you with that sense of urgency that I know a lot of young people feel.
That's a good question. Thank you. I not a lawyer. I work in events. I don't know how long will it take. I hope it will take less than 10 years because we clearly have got just 10 years left to make a difference. And yeah, as some other folks already stated here, if we start now, it will bring attention to the issue and to the problem even more than is stated right now. And media will cover it more, even though it might take longer. The awareness will be there, and I think it's good enough. Although I really want it to be like now, and like we shouldn't be talking, we should be doing this. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And moving on to speaker number 13, Stepan Wood, Professor, Director of the Center for Law and the Environment. Stepan Wood, okay. Just have a moment here, and here he, oh, no need to rush, sir.
Sorry, I lost count.
That's quite all right.
I thought we were just coming to 12. My son is upstairs in the gallery, so I was sitting with him. Thanks very much.
Yeah, nope. Thank you for joining us. You'll have 3 minutes, and you may have questions from Counselor.
Okay, well, so thank you very much. I'm a professor and director of the Center for Law and the Environment at UBC's Allard School of Law. I'm also a ratepayer, but I don't think that should make my voice any more important than anyone else's. I'm the co-author of an open letter that 28 leading legal experts wrote supporting this motion and the feasibility of climate accountability litigation. I have around 13 copies here in case councillors haven't seen it yet. Some say that it's inappropriate for local governments even to explore the option to recover a portion of their climate costs from the global petroleum giants. And we say that it's not just appropriate, but it is imperative for you as prudent managers of public funds and infrastructure to explore all reasonable avenues to recover these costs so that they don't fall entirely on taxpayers. In answer to Mayor Kennedy's, Mayor Stewart's earlier question about time, and this has come up several times actually. A lot of people say, well, litigation is too slow. Cities should pursue quicker solutions, like, for instance, eliminating the fossil fuel subsidies. Certainly, litigation is slow, but as part of a multi-pronged strategy, it can be very effective at kickstarting wider changes, even in its very early stages. And one of the issues with subsidies is that, first of all, elimination of fossil fuel subsidies will affect future emissions, but it won't do anything to address recovery of costs for the harms that are set in motion by past emissions, and that's what litigation can do. Also, one advantage of a legal strategy is that you don't need to have a willing partner to make a deal with. And one wonders how willing the current federal government is to seriously consider eliminating fossil fuel subsidies given the recent decision about the massive subsidy for the LNG facility in northern BC. Some people also say that climate accountability litigation is frivolous. But we, as the experts, say that it has a credible legal basis and a real chance of success, which could be further enhanced by federal or provincial legislation clarifying certain matters. Some say that it's hypocritical, and certainly, as many people have said tonight, responsibility for climate change is shared, but the companies that make and sell the fuels that they know to cause climate change while resisting regulation and misleading the public about the problem must bear some of the responsibility for the resulting costs, and that fair share can be determined by the courts. Some say that climate accountability litigation is bad for the economy, but let's be clear. It is climate change that is bad for the economy, and anything that will urgently advance the transition to a low-carbon economy is good for the economy. I have other things to say, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
You are indeed, sir, but you do have questions from Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Can you start my clock again? Thanks.
Yeah.
Though I think I just have one question. I was on CKNW talking about this recently, and someone mentioned that that this was a campaign that was started by trial lawyers, and that the whole campaign is to try to drum up work for lawyers, and I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know what the field of work is like, but maybe you can speak to that angle of concern.
Well, from what I know about this campaign, that's utter nonsense. The campaign was begun by Andrew Gage and others at West Coast Environmental Law who do not make money from the work that they do. There's a possibility, I suppose, that litigation like this could proceed as a class action and could have for-profit class action lawyers involved in prosecuting it, but I haven't heard any rumblings in the class action bar that this is a money-making opportunity for private lawyers.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
And Councillor Kirby-Young has some questions for you.
Hello. Hi. Thanks for being here. I have a couple of questions. One was you referenced would be enhanced by federal provincial legislation, and I wonder if you could expand on what you would envision that legislation doing and covering.
Certainly. So it would be roughly similar to the tobacco products and opioid liability legislation that's in place in British Columbia and other provinces. There's a model climate accountability or climate damages recovery act that was introduced by Peter Tabuns in Ontario as a private member's bill. And they typically do several things that help to clarify the legal basis for actions like this, including setting out a right of action in a statute itself rather than having to establish a existing common law action, but the action is based on common law models. Another thing that they typically do is address things like apportionment of liability, setting out sort of principles for dividing liability amongst different manufacturers or businesses.
Okay, I'm going to jump in there just because I have to be tight on time, and you've helped me with that one. So it really relates more to sort of the clarity around, like you said, right of action and liability, but you're not referring to other things such as limiting emissions or requirements for new energy. So you're really focused more on the legal aspect. Okay. The other one thing I was hoping you could expand on was you had mentioned this would be part of a multi-pronged approach. What do you envision the other prongs being?
Well, I mean, a lot of what people have talked about here tonight, I think one of the key points that I'm hearing tonight that there may be some misunderstanding about is the difference between mitigation and adaptation. This motion is primarily about covering the costs of adapting to climate change that result mostly from past emissions. And mitigation is about reducing emissions urgently to transition to the low-carbon economy. Litigation is one prong in a strategy aimed mainly at that adaptation piece. There are other forms of litigation that could be aimed at reducing future emissions, but it would be a whole suite of...
Okay, so this one focuses on adaptation. Do you think we're spending enough time on mitigation?
I think we have to do both, but the thing is that cities are absolutely today already facing costs for adaptation that they will not recover completely from those who caused the emissions unless they pursue avenues like this alongside the urgent priority of mitigation.
Great, thank you very much. I'll leave it there. Appreciate it.
And I'm back. Thank you to Vice Chair Fry for chairing in my absence, but Mayor Stewart has questions for you now.
Great, thanks so much for coming in. So we've got really three core clauses here in this motion that we're considering, and one is that we ask the federal and provincial governments to enact something similar to Ontario's liability for climate-related harms. Do you know much about this at all, the legislation from Ontario?
I've read it. I'm not an expert on it, and I wouldn't necessarily, at first reading, I wouldn't necessarily say it is the solution, but I think the motion simply nominates it as an example.
What does it do? That's, I guess, my question. So what am I asking for if I write this letter?
Well, what it does is it establishes a statutory cause of action. I think that it addresses apportionment of liability. And a third thing that I remember that it does is establish liability for for emissions that cause an increase in the risk of things like severe weather events, which is one sort of aspect of tort law that is, the law isn't all the way there yet necessarily, and so that clears a major hurdle for things like responding, covering the costs of responding to severe weather events.
It would allow us to engage in cases, or more effectively engage in cases? Is that what this would do, essentially?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, good. And let's see, was there something else here? I think that's it. I mean, I did, again, have some back and forth with the mayor of Victoria, who was kind of keen and then wasn't. I mean, I understand this is not, this motion is not for us to engage in a case. It's to try to make it easier if we want to later, and then to talk to other cities about that. Is that kind of how you understand that? And can you give examples of other places that have engaged in court activity around this issue? More cases?
Sorry, do you mean in Canada?
Oh, wherever.
So I'm not fully briefed to address stuff that's going on outside of Canada.
Okay.
There aren't any lawsuits like this yet launched in Canada.
Okay.
But the thing with Mayor Helps's strategy of lobbying the federal government to eliminate the subsidies is, first of all, it doesn't seem likely that that's going to happen. And second of all, that doesn't help to recover the costs of the past emissions from the folks who were responsible for them.
Yeah, I lobbied for 7 years and I never got them cut, so I could sit in the place. So, no, that's good. Okay, thanks very much for coming in tonight. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that's all the questions for you. The next speaker is Mitch.
Can I leave these for the clerk?
Oh, yes, of course. The clerk will make sure that any correspondence is circulated to all council members.
This was submitted electronically.
Oh.
This is just a paper copy.
Thank you for mentioning that. And so, council, please take note that you should have that from the correspondence that's sent to us through the clerk's office. Mitch Stuckey. Did I pronounce that right?
Rhymes with cookie.
Okay. You have 3 minutes, and the timer's to your right. I'll start it now.
Thank you. Thank you for putting forth this important motion to debate and hopefully pass. And thank you for your time in listening to all of us here today. My name is Mitch Stuckey. I'm a 34-year-old settler who is fortunate to live and work on the unceded Coast Salish territory in what is commonly referred to as Mount Pleasant, with my wife and 2 sons, one who is 3 years old and one who is 4 weeks old today. As a father of young children, the ongoing and rapidly worsening climate emergency that we face terrifies me about the world my kids will inherit. I want them to have clean air, clean water, healthy food, and above all, to be safe, and I honestly believe that all of that is severely being threatened. But I also want my kids to live in a just and equitable world, and I want to teach them how to strive to make it more so. And the climate catastrophe has only exacerbated global injustice. The people who have contributed the least to dangerously warming our planet are being punished the most by it, and those who caused it will not only feel the effects the least, they have profited while fueling climate change denial and impeding progress. We are already experiencing climate change much faster and more severe than predicted, and as a coastal city, dealing with the repercussions is going to be costly. We already have an affordability crisis in our city, an opioid epidemic, public transportation issues, and more, and we can't afford to have more resources pulled away from these important issues, paying for climate change caused by a relatively small group of offenders. I really feel that the climate emergency is a specter looming over all of us. Every day I fear for my kids. I fear for the people suffering from climate change suffering the most, who did the least to deserve it. I fear for our city. I can't stop thinking about it. The other day, my family went to the beach, and I took my 3-year-old out among the rocks to look in tide pools and see the little sea creatures. It was a beautiful day doing one of my absolute favorite things to do, and yet I was thinking about climate change. Will these animals be around in the next 10 years? What is this coastline going to look like then? Will my kids ever have a chance to do this with their kids? And when it comes to the climate emergency, having those kinds of thoughts and fears aren't even that bad. Other days, I feel much more despair. However, there are things that still give me hope. Hope that the climate catastrophe can be avoided and that we can build a more just world while doing it. And one of those things is municipalities coming together and putting forward bold motions like the one we're discussing now. To avert total catastrophe, it's going to take everyone doing everything they can. And if our city can join others in holding mega polluting corporations accountable and encourage a faster transition completely off of fossil fuels, I think that is something. So on behalf of my family, I ask that you please pass this motion in full. and pursue every option you can to combat climate change. I don't think taking actions like the ones being proposed here are radical. I think they are necessary. Thank you.
And there are not any speakers for you, and you've stayed within your time. Very much appreciate you staying to speak. And the next speaker is, I'm going to try this here. Uma, is it Daka? I'm Jolie. I'm going to try Daka Jolicoeur. It's hyphenated though. Yes. Can you state your name for the record? But also, I'd like to try and pronounce it again.
It's Uma Lelaka Jolicoeur.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes, and the timer's just your right.
Hello, my name is Uma Lelaka, and I'm 16 years old. For my grade 10 year, which has just ended, I attended an outdoor education program at Prince of Wales Secondary School called Trek, where my eyes were truly open to environmental activism. I spent weeks with my classmates and teachers camping, kayaking, and hiking in beautiful places like Garibaldi Provincial Park and Clayquot Sound. That was where my passion for the environment started. That was where I found myself and my voice. After that, I began fighting for what is right and fighting for a future in every way I know how. I'm here speaking as a high school student involved with this movement mostly through the UBC Climate Hub and Sustainabilities. I'm for this motion. The people who benefit the most from the fossil fuel industry and its damage to the environment should be held responsible for their actions. Companies and people who are profit-driven will modify their actions the most quickly if they see the difference in their pocketbooks. The moment they realize that acting irresponsibly when it comes to the environment will cost them, they will stop. As a young person who is part of the generation most affected by climate change, I have learned to deal with the fact that I will need to make radical shifts in my life. That maybe my choice of where I attend university will be limited. That maybe living where I want to won't be a possibility in the future. That having kids one day could be cruel because of the world they would grow up in. And the hardest part about this is that people like me aren't the main contributors to climate change. Fossil fuel companies are, so why wouldn't the people with the biggest footprints and the most power be held accountable to pay for repairs on damage that they are inflicting? The way I see it, paying their share is the least they can do. The people with the most power are not doing their part, are not even taking responsibility for their own actions, are not making crucial changes, and as a result, jeopardizing my entire future. Thinking of all these things is when I feel the most defeated, because individual actions alone cannot make the massive change that we need. We need systemic change. So as climate activists, as government, as companies, as individuals, we need to work together to disrupt a system that is clearly not working. That is why I believe that it is important that the companies responsible for this damage in the first place be held responsible to fix it as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There aren't any questions for you. Next speaker is Grace. Is it Nosek? Nosek. You have 3 minutes. Timer's to your right.
Great. Thanks so much for having us this evening. My name is Grace. I'm a Trudeau and Killam Scholar, getting my PhD at UBC. I volunteer as student director of the UBC Climate Hub. And through that work and my past projects, I've spoken to thousands of middle school, high school, and university students. When I speak to them, I ask them how they feel about climate change. What comes to mind? And the answers I get are the death of all animals, the end of the world, extinction, wildfires, floods. I ask them how often they're thinking about climate change, and we hear that 90% of them are thinking about it every day. And when I ask if they feel like they can do anything about it, most of them say they feel utterly helpless in the face of climate change. So we're talking about costs. Can you imagine the costs of the mental health burden of this generation that we're going to have to face that doesn't see a future for themselves on the planet and doesn't think their institutions are acting quickly enough to protect them from climate change? We've seen this institutional failure is a real source of depression and anxiety in young people. So why should we hold the carbon majors accountable? beyond producing an enormous amount of the world's greenhouse gas emissions. Many of the carbon majors have spent hundreds of millions of dollars over decades to make sure that the public didn't understand the threat of climate change. This is something lots of the other speakers have brought up. But if you haven't seen actual examples of this malfeasance, it really is breathtaking. So for example, in 1998, the American Petroleum Institute, which is the largest oil trade association in the US, created a roadmap memo on its comprehensive plan to block government action on climate change. 1998. It read, "Victory will be achieved when average citizens understand uncertainties in climate science. Recognition of uncertainties becomes part of the conventional wisdom." This was at a time where they had been on notice for at the very least 10 years, most likely 20, that climate change would be a catastrophe. And they did this in the very same year that they were actually changing their own infrastructure, fossil fuel companies around the world, to deal with rising sea level from climate change. So as they changed their own infrastructure, they undermine science. And ExxonMobil has done the same. There's an example here that maybe I can pass around after. I wasn't going to come today. I work 80 hours a week on climate change, but the students that I volunteer with came and asked me to come, and I came to stand with them, and so I hope you'll stand with us.
And you have questions from Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks for coming and coming back today. Can you speak a bit more about, I know that there's some wrestling with this piece of like, well, we're the ones using the product, so why is it the responsibility of the companies? And I'm wondering if there's any ties to tobacco where that was a similar challenge for people that might be helpful on that front.
Absolutely. That is a corporate narrative. It's actually a legal narrative that the companies created to avoid legal liability. And it started with the tobacco industry. And what they said is, this was a personal choice. You chose to use tobacco, so you cannot sue us and you cannot hold us liable. And they use this really powerful PR and legal framing to do that. And so it took a while for the public to understand that actually this wasn't an individual choice, because for decades, the tobacco industry had come together to undermine the science around the links between tobacco and lung cancer and many other problems. And it was only actually through litigation that we really discovered that malfeasance and how far it went and how long it had been happening. But it's been reported that hundreds of millions of people died because of that framing and the inability of government to take action, and because the tobacco industry refused to tell the public what was happening and what their products did. And now, in a similar analogy, we're seeing that many of the fossil fuel industry members knew truly for decades what was happening and took really comprehensive steps to undermine that. So just one example is a 1982 Exxon internal document says, there are some potentially catastrophic events that must be considered from climate change. For example, the Antarctic ice sheet, which is anchored on land, should melt. Then this would cause a rise in sea level on the order of 5 meters. That's 1982, an Exxon internal document. In 2000, Exxon said publicly, just as changeable as your local weather forecasts, views on the climate change debate range from seeing the issue as serious or trivial, and from seeing the possible future impacts as harmful or beneficial.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just trying to get through some process questions with the clerk at the same time. I don't see any other questions for you. Thank you. Nina Rossing. Is Nina here? Yeah. Great. And the timer's to your right. You have 3 minutes, and I'll start your timer now.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Nina Rossing, and I'm for this motion. When I was a little girl, my parents would take me on hikes and bike rides so I could enjoy Vancouver's beautiful landscape and scenery. I always loved how gorgeous our city is, the perfect mix between nature and city. I've seen so many beautiful things this world has created, but I'm worried my children will not be able to experience the same things you and I did growing up. I'm worried my children won't see snow or huge rainforests. I'm worried my children won't see translucent blue skies or fish in the sea.
I'm worried about the air they will breathe, and I'm worried they will never see the sun, not covered in smog. People may think I'm just a young teenage girl, but I'm a part of this generation. I'm the mother to the next generation, and I'm the grandmother to the generations to come. I am fighting for my future and the future of everyone. At some point, taxpayers will not be able to keep up with the massive costs of climate change because of forest fires, flooding, and the demand of new infrastructure. Fossil fuel companies must be held accountable so they can pay their fair share in climate costs, so we can invest in more sustainable ways to gain energy. You don't have to be a scientist to understand what's happening to our planet. We all know what climate change is and what needs to happen. Fossil fuel companies are playing a huge role in making climate change possible. We must be willing to make the big steps, or we will never win this race against time. What has happened in the past has happened, but we can decide what happens now. This is why I stand for the climate accountability motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no questions for you. Helen Brown. Thank you for coming back. I actually noticed you out there yesterday, I believe. So thank you to both of you for coming back. I'll start your timer. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So my name is Helen Brown, and I'm here to encourage you to support in full the motion on accountability for climate change. I'm a resident of West Point Grey, an academic librarian, and a mother of 2 little girls. As an information professional and someone who focuses on science and evidence-based decision-making, I've read the reports from the UN on climate change and the unprecedented species extinction rates, as well as Canada's Changing Climate Report. And I don't think there's any other way to describe the information, the data, and the conclusions except terrifying. As a parent, knowing that my children will inherit a world that's drastically different from the world that I grew up in, and that their future may very well be what scientists describe as catastrophic, is extremely painful, and I'm terrified. Because of that, I want to thank you for adopting the climate emergency response. It makes me very hopeful and proud to live in a city that is meeting the crisis with action and with community. This motion is one tool to help us to plan and respond to the climate emergency. It allows us to explore options to help handle impacts such as sea level rise, forest fire smoke and poor air quality, flooding, changes to buildings to deal with extreme heat, loss of reliable sources of water, food insecurity due to crop failure and species extinction, and loss of tree cover, and the need to rehabilitate and rebuild parks and natural areas to help sequester carbon and mitigate the impacts of extreme weather. This motion provides us with options that may help fund our community and make positive changes in response to this emergency. It's reasonable to expect that the specific companies that are responsible for knowingly causing climate damage would be accountable for using some of those profits to manage the impacts, rather than having those costs fall exclusively on residents. In other parts of the world, like Alaska or Norway, companies have had far higher upfront royalties that can then be used by governments to protect and build communities, despite the fact that it may not have been the original intent. We haven't done that, though, and that makes exploring options to ensure fossil fuel companies pay a fair share of their profits to mitigate the safety, health, infrastructure, and other impacts an even more necessary step. Legal action, or even the possibility of legal action, can change industries, making their actions safer, fairer, and more responsible. So making sure that these options are available can itself have a positive impact, and we have seen that happening already. This motion is a positive action in response to the climate emergency, and I ask that you pass it in full without change.
Thank you very much. There are no questions for you. Thanks. And the next speaker is, that was our last speaker, Council. I was just about to send something out to Council. I'd spoken with the clerk, and in the interest of trying to get through all of the speakers tonight, we could refer debate and decision not only for this motion, but for all motions to the regular Council meeting following the standing committee tonight, and then start debate and decision tonight. But it allows us to make sure that we get through all of the speakers that are here tonight. So that in talking to the clerk, in conferring with the clerk, That's what I would hope we would do, not just for this motion, but for all of them. Gives everyone who's been here, maybe it's your second or your third night, the opportunity to speak. So I'd need a motion to do that if we wanted to proceed that way, but it would, but we'd do them definitely, of course, one at a time. I just wanted to make sure that that each council member knew that it was my intention to do this for all motions in fairness. Is there a motion to refer debate and decision on this motion to regular council following the standing committee tonight? Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, are you moving your motion? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, I have people on the queue. Are you? Yes, Councillor Carr, just a moment. I'll turn your mic on. Yes.
Through you to yourself, I'm wondering if it might be possible to find out if there are any amendments to this particular motion. I know that sometimes if we have amendments, it takes us a long time, but it would be great if we could just finish this motion if there are no amendments.
As you know, okay, Council, I'm calling everyone back to order. Sorry.
Okay.
I just want to answer your question. I want to answer your question. I understand that there may not be amendments circulated, but I also understand, just as you don't have to send out your amendments ahead of time, Councillor Carr, I've gone down the slippery slope. I've thought there are no amendments, and then we're here for 2 hours debating something, and speakers to other items can't speak as well. So for that reason, I would do this with each motion till we get to the end. If we have time, then we go back through the order. So this would be first on the list for debate and decision. I just think it's fair to all speakers. And that's a recommendation also of the clerk, because we are on our third day now of speakers. So Councillor Hardwick has moved a motion. Does that clearly answer your point of information?
Yeah, actually emails too.
Okay. Just a moment. Hang on, Councillor Fry. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just with regard to the amendment that I've submitted earlier, and we did discuss this at the top of the agenda this evening about submitting amendments early. It's not a substantive, it's just a clarifying amendment. I've already run it by Councillor Boyle, and she's supportive of it. So I just wanted to flag that it's not a big...
I'm sorry, that's not a point of privilege. A point of privilege is if the room's too hot, too cold. If you have a point of information, but I think now we're getting into slicing and dicing. The fact that there even are amendments, I think that it's fair to let all speakers speak. And again, we'd come right back to this and go in the correct order, and that's at the recommendation of the clerk. And Vice Chair Fry and I spoke about this earlier tonight, that this was the recommendation of the clerk. So I'd like to give everyone here the opportunity to speak tonight, to avoid them having to come back in 2 weeks after they've been here for 3 weeks, or for 3 nights, to come back in 2 weeks again. So I will be supporting Councillor Hardwick's motion. I usually wouldn't say that ahead of time, but this is, again, I've asked for the advice of the clerk. So I do see that there are others on the queue. So I want to advance Councillor Wiebe, because he might have also had a point of information, but he was waiting patiently. Yes.
Yeah, I actually had my name on the queue before Hardwick was able to put a motion forward, and she was not on the queue. And I was going to move right directly to debate and decision, because I'd like to deal with the issue on hand. So I'd like to move to debate and decision immediately and not defer this till afterwards. And I was on the queue prior. Thank you.
My apologies, Councillor Wiebe. I was trying to deal with things in order. I thought I saw a hand up. I thought that meant it was a point of information. Then I was signaled that there was a mover. I'm sorry if I didn't see the queue first. So I have a motion. The motion can be...
I was on...
Would you like a point of information? Councillor Hardwick, you withdraw your motion? You withdraw the motion?
Yeah. Procedure, I was on the queue first, and I'm asking to move to debate and decision and not have this debate. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that's, so there's a motion on the floor. I just have to confer with the clerk for 1 second, 1 moment about how to do this.
Does yours jam up before? Okay. All right. Let's see if I can have my phone. Let's see if I
So after asking the clerk about procedure, because I had a motion that I had, can I speak first before you start shaking your head at me? I'm just letting you know what the clerk has told me. Because I recognize Councillor Hardwick, she would have to withdraw her motion. If not, we would have to vote on her motion. If the motion failed, then I could entertain another motion. And I've already acknowledged, and I will just go by the queue. Before there's been people with hands up. So the way I prefer it is called point of information. Really looking forward to the chairs of the committees meeting soon to have consistency. I think that'll be great. But Councillor Hardwick, do you wish to withdraw your motion? Okay, all right. So all in favor? Oh, Councillor Carr, it's not in her seat. And I wouldn't want her to miss the opportunity to vote. All in favor? Pardon? All in favor of referring to the regular council meeting following the regular council meeting tonight following this standing committee meeting. All in favor? Okay. I'm going to call all in favor just because Councillor Hardwick, can you put yourself on the queue? Councillor Bly was on the queue. Councillor Bly, we're going to have to go ahead with Councillor Hardwick's motion first. That's my advice from the clerk. Just a moment. Okay, point of information.
To make sure that we're on the same page here. You'd asked about hearing all the speakers first and then dealing with debate and decision on these 3 motions after we'd heard from all the speakers.
If we have time tonight, because as you know, at 10 p.m., if council wishes to stay, that's fine. If there's one member of council who wishes not to stay, that's not. I'm trying to be very transparent in this. We could finish the
parliamentary procedure.
This is all time that we could be listening to speakers or debating. Yes.
Yes. I believe.
I'm not quite finished with Councillor Hardwick's point of information, though. Okay. First, so the point of information, if I've explained it clearly, is that we would listen to the speakers on each of the items on the speakers list, and after each, we would refer debate and decision to the meeting tonight, the regular council meeting, because after we adjourn committee, we enter into regular council chaired by the mayor. And if we have time, if we can go beyond 10 p.m., if council members want to go beyond 10 p.m., but we need unanimous support to do that, we could continue on. I don't know how much time we'll have left after hearing from all the speakers. It depends how many are here. But there is a long list of speakers. That being said, if that didn't happen, then debate and decision would be referred to the regular council meeting on July the 10th. Yes, I hope. Pardon? Yes. Regular council following standing committee on July the 10th. I'd never found myself in this situation last year, so I'm still figuring this one out. We've had many nights of meetings. I hope that answered your question. Councillor Carr.
Yes, point of parliamentary procedure. I believe that we were in the middle of a vote. You called the vote, and I don't, by the rules of the procedure bylaw, no one is supposed to talk during that time. You just call the vote. You call those in favor, those opposed. And so I'm just wondering what happened to that process.
All right. Well, I understand during that process, I had another point of information as though someone didn't understand it. So my apologies again. I'm trying to be very transparent and explain this, not just for us, but for those who are watching and those who have taken the time to come out again. So Councillor Hardwick, we will vote on your motion. And yeah, we should, you know what? Before I call for I think it's better that we have a recorded vote. So let's record the vote. If that's more transparent, hopefully. And then what I'll do is I'll just go by the queue. Please vote on screen, and this is to refer debate and decision for for all motions tonight. And then we would have to, so for this motion, but I've explained the intention and the reasoning. Yeah, he's not in chambers. Okay, so that hang on. Okay, can we just note him as absent for this vote, please? Okay, so that fails. In opposition, Councillor Carr. The screens haven't switched back, I suppose. So Councillor DeGenova is me, and I'm in the chair. And for some reason, Councillor Fry, I'm still showing up there. So Councillor Fry, did you vote in opposition? Okay, I just wanted to state that for the record. Voted in opposition. Councillor Swanson in opposition. Councillor Wiebe in opposition. Councillor Boyle in opposition. Councillor Bly in opposition. Councillor Kirby-Young in opposition. And myself in favor. That fails. Okay, so now we enter into debate and decision on this motion. Councillor Wiebe, is that a holdover, or are you still in the queue?
No, I'm very supportive of this motion, and I look forward to the great debate and decision. Thank you.
Well, we are debating and deciding now. So, okay. Councillor Bly? Councillor Bly is not in the chamber. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I submitted an amendment to the clerk earlier, and I'm wondering if we could pull that up on screen. I don't think it's an especially substantive amendment. It's really just a clarifying amendment, dotting some I's, crossing some T's, adding some specifics about the UBCM motions, that kind of thing. And further requesting that our staff, working with our legal staff, and having staff report back with a budget or reprioritization of existing budget when exploring these proposed legal strategies. So just
Boyle to Councillor Fry's amendment.
I think these are good and helpful clarifying amendments, and I'm glad to have them in there. That's all.
Okay. And Councillor Bly, you were on the queue, but you were out of the room. Did you? Oh, okay. Just wanted to make sure. See no one else on the queue, we'll vote on the amendment. Council, please vote on screen. I'm trying to reset. There we go. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Kirby-Young, I'll need you to register your votes. Okay, and that passes. That carries. Then back to the motion as amended. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'd like to speak in favor of the motion as amended, and very much thank the councillors Boyle and Swanson for moving this motion forward. I think that it's a very simple motion, really, in terms of our vote on it, is asking the mayor to do a whole lot of things. which is to ask senior governments to enact legislation to hold fossil fuel companies liable for climate-related harms, to write to the 20 biggest emitters, and to contact local governments, and now with the amendments by Councillor Fry, to do that with the aid of legal staff, and I'm sure the staff of the city. But I really think that many of the speakers made it so clear that this pursuit of action is the only way that we can protect taxpayers from massive public costs in terms of dealing with the impacts of climate change in our city. It is, I believe, our fiduciary duty, our responsibility as public decision makers acting in the public interest to pursue these strategies. I really want to, though, quote I think the most moving thing about tonight, and also the letters that we've received is really the youth. And Uma Ledoka Jolicoeur, I just remind you of what she said. Maybe having kids would be cruel because of the world they'd have to grow up in. Think about that. Think about a 16-year-old thinking that way. I was very moved by the letters that I received from youth, and I think we all received some. I'm just going to use my time to just read a few quotes from each. I'm a 16-year-old and I'm scared for the future. Since I was young, I dreamt of my future. I dreamt of kayaking along the coast, backpacking in the mountains, and camping amongst the trees. I've dreamt of becoming a doctor and saving lives. I've dreamt of falling in love and having kids. Never have I dreamt of staying indoors because of the smoke in the skies. I'm a high school student. I'm full of dreams and ideas of what I would like to achieve in my life. After starting to hear and understand more about climate change, I've started doubting my future. I'm concerned about climate change because if you cannot breathe and drink water, you cannot go to school and become a healthy person. I'm asking you to vote for my future. I want to live, grow old, have a family.
And that's your time, Councillor Carr.
Okay.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. I have a point of information through you, Madam Chair, to the City Manager, if I could. Just
the Deputy City Manager's here.
I'm sorry, yes.
Sorry,
you slipped
let's hear the question, then I'll decide if it's a point of information.
Yeah, it's really a point of information.
Points of information have to be questions.
Sure, you can let me know. It's really, I'm wondering if staff are finding this direction clear, and it relates to the component of the amendment that states further that staff report back with a budget or prioritization of existing budget for exploring any proposed legal strategies. And I wonder if staff find that direction to be clear, since the rest of the motion asks to write letters, essentially, or advocate, but doesn't talk about legal strategies or any specific type of legal strategies that the city would undertake. So I'm just wondering if that staff are clear on what that is, and from a legal perspective, if that's within, if there's any legal concerns there. So I'm wondering if I can get some information back.
Legal question? Yeah, I bet that would have to be answered by staff.
Thanks, Chair. We understand the intent of the motion as being that if there was legal strategies that emerged out of the discussion with the other local governments in BC and across Canada, that staff would do some work to cost those out and come back to Council with funding, either new budget request or reprioritization. So we think we understand the intent, provided I've conveyed it back in a way that makes sense and aligns with what Council is intending. The parts B and C do talk about, part C makes reference to potential for legal strategies as being arising out of these conversations with other local governments. So we would see that if that was contemplated, if other local governments, there seemed to be some potential for collaboration there, we would do some work to cost that and come back to Council.
Okay. Thank you. Does that satisfy your question? And I didn't stop your timer, So
I just wondered if, and I don't know if we need further feedback from legal or not, but I'm just wondering if that's, in reviewing this amendment, if it really is clear in terms of that direction, which I know is really important to give staff, so strikes me as rather ambiguous.
Are we still on a? So this is in your debate and discussion, because I start your timer, but I'll give you an extra minute because I didn't stop it for your point of information.
No, that's fine. I'll leave that there for now.
If I may, Chair,
Sure.
the law has reviewed the motion and has not requested any amendments or suggested, any amendments.
Okay, and maybe just a follow-up question to that. The Deputy City Manager said that law had reviewed the motion, but I'm assuming law had not reviewed the amendments. And is that correct? Because the question I'm asking actually relates to the amendment, not to the motion.
Sorry, I misstated. They've reviewed the amendment.
And when did they review the amendment? Because Councillor Fry had just sent that in only a short while ago.
Live as we're talking.
We have that ability live. Sometimes we have legal available, and sometimes we don't. So
They are available.
okay. And is that going to be common during our meetings, Madam Chair?
Well,
that amendments are going to be reviewed by legal?
I
wasn't aware.
I know that when there is a legal issue, that staff by their flag or another council member flags. It's my understanding. Doing my best to answer, and then if I feel that, or if the deputy city manager feels he has something to add, he can add to that. But it's my experience sharing this meeting that legal does their best, especially when they think there might be a legal matter, to be watching. That being said, when they're not watching or something's not flagged for them, if there's a legal question or matter, it goes through to the deputy city manager or the city manager when they're here, and then they would send it off to legal. And legal, it depends, I suppose, on their schedule. Maybe I could ask you, Mr. Deputy City Manager, Mr. Mokri, to answer that, if possible, if I didn't fully
Thanks, Chair.
answer that.
That's fair. We do have staff on occasion watch these proceedings, and I have the ability to refer matters to them, and if they're able to, they respond.
Yes, but they're also human beings, and they also have evenings when they're not here. So I want to be very respectful and say that our staff do a great job, and I know that our legal staff endeavor to get back as quickly as possible. I just wanted to make that very clear. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young. Were you finished? Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyle, to the motion, you have up to 3 minutes.
Thanks. I'll be quick. I was glad to get to bring this motion forward together with Councillor Swanson, and as I said, really appreciate these amendments, and also just the thoughtful questions that I've heard from councillors. I know, this is a conversation that some of us have been following for many years. It's new for others, and I just really appreciate the thoughtfulness with which councillors have approached this, and the inspiration and wisdom that our speakers brought to the conversation as well. I think it's certainly complicated and layered, and I'm grateful that we're having such a thorough conversation about it, and particularly in thinking about the groundwork. While it may not be asking a lot of work right away, the groundwork that it lays for the future that we're looking at, and potentially for future governments to just have options on the table for dealing with costs and impacts. So glad to see the conversation and appreciate the thought. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Bly, to the motion as amended.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I am going to keep my comments brief. I'm not voting in favor of this motion, and not that I don't agree with many of the emotional and heartfelt comments from our speakers, and also the intent behind bringing this motion forward. But I wholeheartedly believe this is not the right way to do it. For local government, to me, we cannot both be punitive and also require partnership to address the very real impacts from our dependency on fossil fuels. If you've had a barbecue this year, your homes are heated, Like, we just can't have it both ways. So I know this will be highly unpopular, and I'll talk to my kids about it later. But the reality is, as a local government, we have to be very practical about what we're willing to, what measures and the how of how to address something that we all unanimously agreed through the climate emergency motion that we feel is an emergency. And yet, how we get there is where we're going to differ. And so for this particular motion, I can't support it as it's been written. I do appreciate Councillor Boyle and Councillor Swanson for bringing it forward, and Councillor Fry's amendments, but I will be voting against.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, to the motion.
Yes, I wanted to start by thanking the different groups that helped us put this together, the Georgia Strait Alliance, Dogwood, West Coast Environmental Law, Greenpeace. I want to thank all the speakers, especially the young speakers. This is going to be in your hands, you guys. I hope we can help a little bit. I wanted to address some of the questions that people raised. One, we won't really get the money. Even if we don't get money right away, we'll be giving big oil notice that we're watching what they're doing and that it's time for them to start basically not producing a product that's causing global warming. Some people have said we might not win, but this motion is basically about writing 2 letters and spending a little bit of time at the UBCM. One letter is to ask the fossil fuel companies to pay for the damage some of the damage that they've caused. It's just to ask them. It's not threatening a legal case if they don't pay it. The other one is to ask senior governments for the legislation that will make this kind of ask more winnable in the courts. That's another letter. It's not a huge amount of work. Talk of a lawsuit is premature at this stage. Before we have any lawsuit, it'll all come back to us and we'll get to make a decision then. Yesterday, I think it was, kind of a blur, we passed a motion to ask Canada to get us back in the nuclear non-proliferation treaty. And everybody on council talked about how back in the 80s, we all worked as citizens and as a city to put pressure on other levels of government to work for nuclear disarmament. And that's what people said today, that the city is where this kind of thing starts. And that's what the speakers were. They were bringing it to the city, and we're hoping to push it upstream a little bit, hoping to take another step that will keep us from the climate disaster that everyone is really worried about.
Thanks. Councillor Swanson, are you? Oh, thanks. There you go. Councillor Hardwick, to the motion as amended.
Thank you. I've really been wrestling with this. I was so moved the other day with Councillor Fry's motion about the nuclear disarmament motion, and it took me back to 1983 and 1986, and the fear that I felt. And as a new mother at the time, it had a really so I really relate to the fear that people are feeling, especially the young kids, and appreciated the young mother there with the baby. My kids are now quote unquote millennials, and I just became a grandmother in December. And when I'm sitting here going through the tough times in council, my daughter sends me baby pictures, and that lifts my spirit as we're talking about really difficult subjects. So I've been really wrestling with this because I'm trying to figure out how this compares to that kind of crisis, and the feeling that we could have been blown up and annihilated tomorrow. The climate change problem is more insidious because it creeps up on us. And we talk about 12 years being out as a timeline. It seemingly, with that length of time to get to the point, is in some ways less threatening than that feeling that you're going to be blown up and it's going to be all over. I don't know if anybody else relates to that emotion. So that on the one hand, I'm agreeing with that. On the other hand, I'm struggling with the fact that we're a local government, and everybody in this council has heard me say multiple times, we're 115 square kilometers from Boundary Road to the University Endowment Lands. We've got a limited revenue potential to be able to do all the different activities that we want. We've talked about our affordability crisis, we've talked about housing, we've talked about all of the problems that are before us, and we're trying to balance all of those things. So I am concerned sort of trying to balance how are we going to pay for this. And I know this motion is not specifically saying that we're going to be spending money on legal fees, but as I've been seeing more and more scope creep into what local government is doing, it's giving me pause. So I would actually, I see he's not on the speakers list, but I'd really like to hear from the mayor on this, as much of this motion contemplates him writing letters to other levels of government, and so I'm going to hold off a little bit more as I listen to this conversation going back, and
Hardwick.
then I'll make my decision. I'm not there yet.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I guess to the surprise of no one, I'll be voting in favor of this motion, and I really thank Councillors Swanson and Boyle and all the hard work, and I really thank all the people who came out and spoke, and the young people. And I was, especially struck by our second speaker, Luca Pan, who I remember when he was born. I feel old, but yeah, I remember when he was born, back in those, and I was thinking back to those days, he was a little kid, and we would be drinking beer, and summers where there was no forest fires, it was a different time. He's 16, and now all our summers are forest fires. So, and then I appreciate what Councillor Hardwick said about local government and the role. And then I think about Luca when he was a baby and now he's 16. And I think about how long it's going to take this lawsuit to probably even work. And then I think about the next governments, 20 years from now, sitting around this room, council chambers, figuring out how they're going to pay for all this climate change disaster that they're faced with, the rising sea level, infrastructure failure. How are they going to pay for it? So we're kind of thinking about the future here. And I think it's the right thing to do. So that's it.
Mayor Stewart, to the motion as amended.
Right. So thanks. Sorry, I've been in and out of the debate, but I've been trying to catch as much as I can. I was just really looking at the actual what we have to do based on this. So I think writing to the Minister of Environment is fine. I looked through the bill, the liability for climate change harms. It's quite short. It wouldn't take them very long to pass, and is a good challenge for them. The Ontario bill did fail, though, so that's something we have to be conscious of. I don't mind writing the 20 letters. I think, and hopefully that some of the responses back will be how these companies are changing. On the legal case, the letter C, I was having a little bit of trouble with, just because I am aware of all the stuff that our legal team's doing. But I was okay if it was just coming back with thinking about how much it would cost. I think so I know we're not engaging in a case right now. This is something that we'll get more information on based on letter C and the amendment that came back. And so, yeah, I'm inclined to support it. My own thing is that I understand, like for me, I get it intellectually what's going on with the climate, but as Councillor Hardwick said, I don't get the fear yet, and I think it's probably because of my age. Like I guess that means I probably date myself, but I remember being scared of basically poverty when I was a kid, so I get that. And so if that's what people are feeling here, then I think this is probably something we can do to respond. And I'm trying to internalize it more, but I haven't got there yet. So, however, I do like what this council is doing, and I'm learning a lot here in the city, and I don't see this as a overburdensome thing. And we'll get more information that even if we didn't use it, it would be useful for other municipalities, and it wouldn't. I don't think take too much time to cost this action out. So I'll support it.
Councillor Wiebe, to the motion as amended.
Yeah, I'll be quick. I think that the discussion around the table is what I was hoping for, is just really kind of looking at this holistically and recognizing this is to try to give people hope that civic government can lead the way, and that we'll continue to push other levels of government to do more. And just one tool that we can use, and I look forward to hearing all the ideas from the kids out of Trek and all the rest on what else we can do, because we need to really show action in this field. And I do thank my teacher for really pushing me on taking a way of looking at things differently. His class was a way that we learned where fruit flies came from. And I think those are little things I always will remember. And I think we need to recognize that we need to look at this differently. It has creeped up on us, but it hasn't. We've heard stories today that this has been happening since the 80s and continue to get pushed away. And it's time for us to take action. We're in a position to do that, so we need to do it. So I'll be voting in support.
Councillor Kirby-Young, and you do actually have an extra. I'll restart your time.
Thank you.
I can't restart all of your time. Maybe the clerk can. Actually, I can, because there we go. Because you were asking a point of information earlier. I shouldn't have started your time. Okay.
Good to
go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'll try not to take too much time. I'm really appreciating the dialogue that this council has had around climate as a priority, and I think that we see that embedded everywhere from the unanimous support for the climate emergency to being part of our budget discussions to greater adoption of electric vehicles, infrastructure, a number of things I think that council are doing. On this particular one, I struggle because I think that we want to work in partnership. And what worries me, I think, a lot about politics right now is how divisive it's becoming, where we're pitting sides against each other instead of bringing people together into the conversation. And I actually think that the climate piece has been polarized politically between left and right, and has, if you want to use those traditional ideologies, has pitted sides against each other instead of by. And you see it everywhere, and it's insidious, like whether it's from who's invited to different climate sessions to inviting people in to be part of the solution. But I think an automatic perception of assuming that certain groups are not supportive of climate. And I think that the way we're going to get there actually is about having really good open conversations on all sides about not do we want to all get there, because I think there's agreement on that. I think the difference is how we get there. So as I'm looking at this, I think that yes, some parts of the motion say just write letters, but C is actually quite a bit more substantive, which says that the mayor, on behalf of council and working with legal staff, reach out to local governments in BC and across Canada to investigate cooperation and partnerships, including potential shared legal strategies. That's a fairly substantive initiative and amount of work. And then I look here in our own backyard and I think about co-op renewals and legal issues and all sorts of things that we need to do in our own backyard. And then I look at the experience that some other municipalities are having. And I was really fortunate to have a number of letters forwarded to me from different organizations. So I look at one from, sorry, still getting over this cold. I look at one from the Victoria Chamber of Commerce that was sent in to Mayor Lisa Helps and Council and said, we are asking Council to choose more constructive options in attempting a quixotic lawsuit against the oil and gas industry. And then it goes on to say, the confrontational approach alienates the very people that we need to help work with us to create a low-carbon society. Climate change should not be about us versus them. I look at other letters that talk about, from the Tourism Industry Association of BC, also sent to Victoria, that talks about the fact that the companies trying to work with for sustainability investing in some of these cities are going to pull out their investments. And we want either because they're not comfortable operating in that region anymore, or because they have to build up this buffer fund because of large legal action coming towards them. I look at things where industry representatives have said that they've talked to folks like the Association of Vancouver Island and Coastal Communities meeting, where those regional groups got together and voted overwhelmingly not to participate in legal action. And bring it forward. So for those reasons, not because I don't want us to get there, I just don't think this is the right way to go. Thank you.
I have to be fair and equal to everyone. Councillor Hardwick, I think you were almost at it. Did you have 5 seconds left? I have to reset the timers for.
I'm trying to get to a point here, so I put in a very brief amendment to the clerk.
Just a moment, let me. I just checked with the clerk. rules have changed this term from last term. It used to be if you didn't have any more time in the main queue, you couldn't even move yourself to amendment queue. But I understand from the clerk that you can. So, Councillor Hardwick, I move yes to amendment queue. If you're telling me you have amendment, you have up to oh, Councillor Boyle is on. All right, that's a holdover, so I'll clear the queue. Councillor Hardwick, can you put yourself on the queue? Okay. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. In my ambivalence, I'm trying to get to yes, and my ambivalence has largely, as I expressed earlier, been about the financial impact of the motion, although it's largely, as we've identified, looking at writing letters. But if we could just add this simple sentence that Council directs staff back to report back with full costing and budget, including implications to the 2020 budget, that gets me there.
Okay. I'm just trying to pull the amendment up myself here. Sorry. Because I can't see the screen while I'm doing this. There we go. Okay. Oh, Councillor Boyle, sorry. You're on the queue. Go ahead. The amendment.
I just have a question about this, and I know we don't do questions back and forth, so I'm just going to name it and see. I am, of course, very happy to
point of information
support. Well, I think I can just speak, and Councillor Hardwick has time. I'm happy to support ways to get people to feel comfortable supporting this. I think that's great, and I'm just hoping to clarify, this is staff reporting back with full costing and budget. Like, this isn't added to A, B, C, or D. This is a E that relates to the whole thing. I guess I'm just asking that because we had an amendment about a budget on the legal piece, and I don't know, other than letters, what the rest of it would cost. So I just want to make sure we understand, just so it's meaningful and staff know what they're reporting back on. But I have no problem with supporting this amendment unless I'm missing something, because it seems fine. Great.
Okay. Wow. All right. I didn't know that if that was a question. I know we're not allowed questions right now. All right. So, Councillor Fry to the amendment put forward by Councillor Hardwick.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Chair, if through you we could ask the Deputy City Manager if it's possible to do a full costing and budget based on the nature of the motion as it stands.
Deputy City Manager, Mr. Deputy City Manager, Mr. Mokri, if I could ask you to maybe share with Council how you interpret this this amendment.
Thanks, Chair. I don't. I mean, with respect to the 2020 budget, obviously it would depend when any kind of strategies are formulated or decisions forthcoming around that. So it's difficult to determine whether we would have any information in time for the 2020 budget. I'm not understand the intent of this motion. I'm not sure how if there's what the difference would be between what's been proposed here and the amendment, prior amendment that talks about staff reporting back with a budget or reprioritization of budget. So that clarification would be helpful. I think I'm interpreting those things as somewhat similar in the direction to staff.
Okay. Councillor Hardwick,
so obviously
you can put yourself back on the queue after to speak, but yes.
Yeah, if I may, Chair, I understand clearly there's a time frame here. So certainly if we saw implications for the 2020 budget, we could put that forward. Given the nature of the motion and the substance of the motion, I couldn't say whether we would have any information in time for 2020.
But if there weren't any implications for 2020, you wouldn't report back with that?
We would not be bringing those forward then. Yeah, that's right.
But it still does ask for full costing and budget. Can you, to Councillor Fry's point of information, can you, would you need to, and I know this just as, I suppose as finance chair, and just meeting with finance staff this afternoon, along with Vice Chair Fry, I'm wondering, would you need to to consult with our finance staff?
No, I think
Okay.
I understand the intent there. Again, these would be cost estimates, of course,
Okay.
being provided in advance. And I think I understand the intent that if we have any information or estimates in time for the 2020 budget, that we would incorporate that into the budget process and the information that comes forward to council to make decisions.
Okay, and then a point of information just following up to that, because I think it will tie things together. If there was budget implications for the 2020 budget, just Mr. Mokri, I'm wondering if there was, because this motion would, if this motion carries, then staff would begin work on it. So there would be an idea from staff at that point what type of work they would do in the 2020 budget. Is that correct? Is that? Sorry. If, and I'm not sure if this is the intent, but to follow up to Councillor Fry's question and the question that to follow up to Councillor Fry's point of information, my point of information directly is, if this motion passed and staff did begin work on it, would they know what that work would be in the 2020 budget? Maybe it wouldn't be the full costing, but they would do they would know what they would spend. It doesn't also say here when they'd report this back, so I would assume they would report it back when they knew. I just wanted to ask you that also, just in considering how this is going to fit. And then, Councillor Hardwick, I also will need to know where you intend to put this in the motion. Thank you. Just so we can get it up on screen. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hardwick. Where?
I would put it in C, that just as an amendment to what Councillor Fry had added as his amendment, because he talks about reporting back to a budget or reprioritization within the existing budget. But what I was trying to get at was to give it a time frame, because then once the analysis is done, it'll show up as a line item in the proposed budget.
Okay.
So that's what I'm trying to do, is to give it some form.
So I don't see it in front of me right now. I'm just going to wait for the clerk to get this up on the screen. Councillor Hardwick, are you adding a second point to this motion? Or did you want to add it right after, like,
I guess it would technically be a strike and replace of the amendment in C, further that staff report back, that Councillor Fry had put in, that it would then include the, yeah.
So it's a strike and replace. So it would go in place of what Councillor Fry had? Or in addition to?
It could go in addition to whatever makes it.
It's up to, it's your amendment, so you have to tell me where it's going to go.
How about that? In addition to.
In addition to. So it does not strike what Councillor Fry has. So that's how it would read. The clerk's going to put it up on screen. I can see it here now too. Is that sufficient, Councillor Hardwick?
Looks good to me.
Okay. Ben, thank you, Mr. Mokri, for your answer. Councillor Fry, I didn't stop your time for your point of information. Go ahead. Oh.
I'm good anyway.
Are you? You're sure? Okay. All right, so we can vote on the amendment that would be in addition to Councillor Fry's amendment. I'm calling the vote now. Please vote on screen. Okay, and we have, and that carries with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Okay, so now back to the main motion as amended by Councillor Fry first and then Councillor Hardwick. Okay. And I'll bring us back to the main queue. Councillor Hardwick.
That's a holdover.
Okay, so we should go to the main vote on the motion. Oh, hang on. I haven't taken us to a vote because I saw someone come up on the screen, but I'm being told that's a holdover. Okay. So we're voting on screen. Okay. Oh, hang on one. Hang on. Okay. There we go. In opposition, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Kirby-Young, and myself. The motion, the amended motion carries. Right. Okay, Council. We are, just one moment. So, Council, we may not get through all of our speakers tonight. So, if we don't do that, I'm going to ask the clerk maybe to send out some options as to what happens for the speakers that we're not going to get through. But now we are on to item number 7. The next motion is item number 7 on the agenda. Expanding downtown east side green space and waterfront access, which is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson has 2 minutes to, sorry, Councillor Swanson, I'll just clear the queue here. Councillor Swanson has 2 minutes to introduce the motion.
I've been working with the Committee of Downtown East Side and Indigenous Residents and the founder of Crab Park. And they're seeing that the port is expanding westward and that it will obliterate the natural views and sounds and replace them with views and sounds of cranes and containers and ships. So to compensate for reducing their access to nature, these folks think it's legitimate to ask and put as much pressure as possible on the port for another piece of land directly west of the park, which wouldn't have the port facilities sticking out in front of it. And they want the city's help in pushing for this. They also want better access to the park instead of just one overpass at Main Street. They want an Indigenous healing or cultural center in the park. And they want access to Indigenous culture on the site programmed by peers. Since this motion was submitted, another site for a healing center on Hastings Street has been announced. So I think it's important to note that this resolution calls for a healing center or a cultural center. And they want the city to support them as they work to convince the assorted ministers, politicians, and Port Authority that the downtown east side deserves this space and that the port should provide it. They're in the process of setting up meetings as we speak. The motion has been supported by the park board. I think we'll hear that soon. And these community folks just want the city to have their back, and that's what this motion is about as they work to get expanded Indigenous-focused cultural and park space in the downtown east side.
Is that all, Councillor Swanson?
That is all.
Okay.
Let's hear them.
Make sure. Well, actually, we're almost there, but council members have the opportunity to ask you questions. You have a minute. Council members, you have a minute to ask Councillor Swanson questions. That minute includes your question and Councillor Swanson's answer. Go ahead. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Swanson. I'm just wondering on A, if you envision that this work is already underway, because I know there's lots of discussions happening already with the City Park Board and the Port, so I wonder if you can comment on that.
Well, the Park Board has already... Oh, my apologies, Councillor Swanson. Go ahead.
The Park Board has already passed a motion, so they're working on it. And I know these folks are working with, we've got a letter from Jenny Kwan, we've got a letter from Melanie Mark, so people are working on it now.
Yeah, I was referring more to the long ongoing discussions with the city, not the Park Board motion, but that's a great point. That's my second question with the Park Board motion, because it is a federal land, but run by the Park Board. So do you not see this as Park Board jurisdiction?
Well, I think what we want is for as many people as possible to support the community and what they want. And we have been working with the Park Board. The Park Board helped write this resolution. John Irwin helped write this resolution. So.
Okay, so Councillor Kirby-Young, that's your minute.
It is my minute. Thank you.
I see no other council members on the queue. We will now hear from speakers on this motion. Our first speaker is Commissioner John Irwin. And
3 minutes, right? With the new rules?
Moment.
Sorry.
Commissioner Irwin, you have 3 minutes, and are you here speaking on behalf of the Park Board or behalf of yourself as a Park Board Commissioner?
I think with this one, I can speak on behalf of the Park Board with confidence because we passed the motion, and the motion did include...
I haven't started your time yet. I was just asking because it was my recollection when I was on Park Board, usually the chair.
I asked the chair and the co-chair to come.
So I just want to make sure we register it with the clerk properly. Thank you very much. You have up to 3 minutes to speak to council. You may have questions.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Chair DeGenova. I appreciate your time this evening, members of council, mayor, members of the committee, I should say. And I just want to raise a few issues that were raised in a briefing that the Park Board got from staff after reviewing all the environmental assessment material for the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority. And the impacts were listed as visual impacts, loss or changes to important view from Crab Park, noise impacts, increased noise in Crab Park from industrial activity, water quality and tidal flushing, degradation of marine water from the release of contaminants from the terminal construction, and impacts on fish and wildlife. So there are impacts, but we can't really do a lot about them because Centerm is going ahead and happening. We might be able to mitigate some of the view loss by moving to the west. That's a key part of the ask of the port. And we're here trying to also support vulnerable populations in the downtown east side by expanding and getting higher quality green space in the park. And we're also trying to explore the idea of, either a indigenous cultural center or like a healing center based on culture, not necessarily based on a medical model. So I think there's quite a differentiation there. And, having funds to create and enhance shoreline habitat and help with the citywide focus of expanding waterfront park areas. Left out of the motion is a piece that we passed to have a working group struck. And that was because I felt that as you raised the jurisdictional issue, I think that it might be better for us to cover that work than council get involved in that. But I am hopeful that you could help fund and support this by going forward and asking for support from the Federal Minister of Transportation and the port as well. And I just want to really quickly tell a quick story. I know I'm going to run out of time, but there was an Indigenous healing festival on site on Aboriginal Day. And it was so moving to go down to the memorial to the missing and murdered women with Lorelei or Raven, who took me over there. She said, "Come with me," and I went with her. And she ceremoniously fed the missing and murdered women food and then said a few words. And for me, it was so moving, and I discovered, the reconciliation could possibly be about us all finding a path forward and healing through something like this. So it's definitely for Indigenous people and Aboriginal people, but it could be of value for us as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for sticking to your time. You do have questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young. I'm just going to advance the queue. I'll put you back on, then Councillor Dominato, then myself, then that's fine. Chair usually asks questions last. So, Councillor Kirby-Young, questions?
Hi, Commissioner Irwin. Thanks for being here. Question, because I'm really struggling with the jurisdiction on this motion, and as a former park commissioner, it's something I'm very acutely sensitive to and aware of. So you had made a comment, and you said a certain part might be better dealt with by the park board. Can you just clarify that for me as to which part you're referring to? I just want to be clear.
Yeah, I as Councillor Swanson and I worked together on this motion, I left it out because in our motion, we said we would have a working group as part of the park board process. And I just felt that would be, because you were talking about jurisdiction earlier when you asked Councillor Swanson the question, that might be, too much.
So your motion that park board passed does have a working group included in it?
Yeah, and that has yet to be struck and to be,
And it referenced the same parties and organizations as this motion does. Is that right?
Yeah, well, it's more like basically, community effort with, the Tsleil-Waututh urban Indigenous communities and people who want to see this happen.
Right, and the Crab, in terms of jurisdiction, Crab Park is fully, it's a federal asset, but it is fully run and managed by the park board. That's right.
That's right. Yes, it's similar to many things we have in the system, as you'll know, that we end up leasing it from the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority, and then we maintain it. We help with programming. Raycam also does a lot of programming down there as well.
Yeah.
So there are lots of organizations.
They do some great work. Yeah. So I guess I'm struggling then is looking at this motion, and Councillor Swan said you assisted in writing it, and I watched the debate when you guys were talking about yours. What is in here that's new that was not in the park board motion that you are already doing?
Well, I guess we didn't. I'd say the funding is new. And
so is that B, for example? Is it you're referring to B?
And also, working in collaboration, because we've now agreed at the park board level that we'll do that. And then our challenge is that just to be frank, we're pretty junior people in the political system. So if people at a more senior level can help out, then I think that will help with moving things forward.
I appreciate that. In my experience, the park board can really punch above its batting weight. It can do some pretty awesome things, but I appreciate that. It's helpful clarification. So it would be helpful when I hear you saying it's for the city to help in advocating for funding. That would be a helpful benefit, especially for senior levels of government.
Maybe ideally looking at some shared, proposing a shared funding model too. Like if people.
And what do you mean by shared funding model? Because the park board also puts its budget together annually and can put its ask for it in its capital and operating budget to the city. So had you discussed as a board asking for funding and putting this in as part of your regular budget process?
Yeah, we can't do capital until we go into the next capital cycle because the capital plan.
You actually do have the ability to shift within the capital budget. Had your board just you do have the ability to do that. It is. I learned that.
Thank you.
I learned that. You have to look at what commitments are there. But I wondered if your board had discussed or talked. Yeah, we can do it afterwards too. But I just wondered if your board had discussed that option.
Yeah, and it definitely would be something that I would try to explore. There will probably be some money on the table from the port as well, but what it is has to be kept confidential.
Awesome. I will leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. And actually, I'm sorry I allowed you to go over your time, Councillor Kirby-Young. I forgot and I added the minute to the wrong place, so that was my bad. I also try and start the public timer at the same time so that you can see how much time they have left. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Irwin, for being here this evening. Just a couple of quick questions, I think. I'm just curious, following on the motion of Park Board, and obviously this one coming before Council, what discussions are you aware of that have taken place so far to date with the Port? Because obviously it's seeking sort of talks about further opportunities for investments, and I think it's really important when we're talking about the protection of waterfront and green space, because I think there's a very valuable to our city and our citizens. I'm just curious kind of what kind of discussions have taken place to date outside of these motions.
Yeah, as far as I know, only the letter, communication has happened. But I did meet with some retired planners, regional planner and a former city planner who wants to remain anonymous. And they're sort of tackling the whole central waterfront issue. And so some names came up, possible names that people can communicate with. So my plan is to try and communicate with some of these people that I've known from the past, and try to get a bit of a dialogue going as well, right? Because they clearly need to be a partner in this, right? The biggest ask in some ways is the extension of the lease. Asking for that staging area, and that's where the city might be able to assist as well prior to the central waterfront plan, because my understanding of that parking lot is it's often used for tour buses or film crew parking, and it might be it's a pretty wide roadway down there. It might be that we could, provide that along the edge of the roadway with just engineering putting down, parking kind of signs and a parking place with a line or something, and then they could still meet their staging requirements and their needs without necessarily having that parking lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I'm really interested in A because it talks about opportunities for 1 through 5 for the whole central waterfront area and including Crab Park. So when this motion was put together, you're looking at really what are the opportunities to expand west, what are the different opportunities to maybe create an eastern connect or western connection. Is that kind of the goal, is to look at all this through a lens on how we can really support better access to the waterfront for people on the east side, how we create better green space and waterfront? Did maybe even included on the south side of Vancouver and the east side? Is that part of this, is just really kind of opening up this waterfront to the public?
Yeah, and basically, looking at, because there might even be some prospective room to expand to the east in some built facilities, right? Mm-hmm. Because some of those might get changed. The use might change, I've heard. I don't know that for certain, but yes, definitely also trying to work on the actual access, because the access right now, I would say, isn't that great. Anyone with mobility issues and no access to a car or a shuttle could have a harder time getting into the park. So the park could be, quite a bit more open to that part of the city, and that one might be one of the more complicated asks, where the city could, be a proponent. We're also planning to try to get, meet with the province. I had forwarded you MP Jenny Kwan's letter in support, but I also have a letter of support from Melanie Mark. So there could be that maybe if it's a partnership thing we can work out, they could do something. But yes, definitely we want to increase the access, to the park as well.
Yeah, and I see this as a great partnership because our engineering, if we're putting a bridge over and different options. So thanks a lot for coming tonight.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks. I'm just starting my own timer. Commissioner Irwin, thanks so much for making the time to come out for the second or third night.
Yeah,
I'm not
great.
sure.
Thank you.
All the best. I know that the longest meeting I've ever been at, though, was a park board meeting. It went till 3:30 a.m. in the morning, and it didn't have such a friendly outcome. But
you're telling me I have something good to look forward to, right?
Well, I don't know. Do you have a community center association agreement to sign in your day?
Yeah, there's some left. Don't worry, they're coming. Yeah.
But
thank you.
I do appreciate what you do, and I don't believe that the park board is a lesser level of government. I proudly served as a park board commissioner, and I think, in fact, It truly is the heart and the community of our neighborhoods and our city.
Great.
So thank you. Similar to the questions that were asked before, you had almost said that you thought this. Oh no, I was going to ask you a question. Also want to thank you.
Yeah.
Wanted to ask you if you felt that. I mean, when you come to council for funding on something, it's usually strategic, I find, at the park board, because there was an increase in our budget in the previous year to provide extra. I believe it was. I don't have the number right in front of me. I think it was $610,000.
Yes, yeah, for the standards of maintenance for the horticultural, work, right? Yes.
So just in looking over the entire budget, is this the thing that you feel that is most needed for the budget? Like you had mentioned in response to Councillor Kirby-Young's questions and Councillor Dominato's questions, also I believe that you thought that the cities could provide some funding. So is that where you'd want to see the funding? Because as the chair of the Standing Committee on Finance and looking at the budget and understanding that the park board does have budgetary constraints, is this the place you'd most like to see that funding?
Yeah, I guess because I think it meshes well with, van play, which I know, a couple of councillors who were then park board commissioners had worked on, in terms of increased, green space in the eastern and southeastern part of the city. Being the eastern part of the city, and I think that the more funding that can be brought to the table, the better the result will be also. Yes. So, and it might be more easy for people to go forward and to say, we've got this little funding from here, from the Port, Vancouver Fraser Port Authority. We've got some from the city, get some from the province, some from the feds, and really do a good job.
Thank you. That's my time, but it helps in my budget consideration.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks. And that's all the questions for you.
Great. Thanks a lot, you guys.
Thanks. So that is all for the speakers list on the local government bodies. We'll move on to the speakers list, the other speakers now. Patricia Morris. Ms. Morris, you have up to 3 minutes to speak to council. The timer's just to your right, and I will start it now.
Okay. I'm Patricia Morris, and thank you for listening to me. I support motion 9B on notice expanding downtown Eastside green space and waterfront access. I think the city is a player in this, in making this proposal a reality. It's vitally important that Vancouver take a stand with my community and ask to lease further land. I've been a condo resident owner on Alexander Street in the downtown East Side since 2001. 6 years ago, I volunteered on the downtown East Side local area plan and understand that the city must work with the province and federal government as well as the port on this request. With the will, there is a way, and green space and access to the ocean is important for the downtown East Side. Crab Park is my green space and waterfront. Without it, I would have neither green nor waterfront. I look at it and I appreciate it. It's every day, at least 3 times a day. 2 years ago, I attended a First Nation dance workshop there. 3 years ago, I performed with the Dancing on the Edge Festival. Each year on Canada Day, there's a barbecue, bands, and celebration. It's our time to see the fireworks. Many evenings you can hear folks drumming, and it's a more reassuring sound than the ambulance and fire trucks. When I saw the poster announcing the expansion of Crab Park, it made me smile. I imagine the waterfront, like the pictures in the west windows of Metro Vancouver's Columbia pump station, where First Nations used to tent. I imagined a longhouse on the water, like one of UBC's Museum of Anthropology. We're so used to reading bad news in the hood about deaths, evictions, rent increases, etc. And the sirens keep sounding. This was the best news that I've heard in the hood this year. Thank you for bringing it forward. In the local area plan, there were plenty of discussions and support for a wellness healing center.
And that is...
The expand... Oh.
But you have questions?
Okay.
From Councillor Swanson? Councillor Swanson?
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Have you seen the drawings of how the port will expand?
Yes.
And have you gone down there to the park and kind of visualized where it would be and what a difference it would make if we could get that parking lot that's next to it to the west?
Yeah, I think every inch we can get to expand so that we're not facing that new,
Greens.
It's, we need it, because it's, I don't know what to say.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks. You also have questions from Councillor Fry.
Yeah.
It kind of freaked me out when you said it was 6 years ago since we were on the Downtown East Side local area plan.
Yes.
Wow, hey.
And the Parks Board don't know about it.
Yeah, well, it's really nice to see you. And I just, thinking about living down there and living in the neighborhood, and we're quite park deficient. Do you think you'd still be living there if it wasn't for Crab Park?
I don't think so. Crab Park is the only green space.
Yeah.
We have Oppenheimer Park, but it's not green.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I mean, so it does really bring some much needed green space to an area that
incredible
doesn't have a lot, really.
Yes.
Yeah. And I mean, I think, could you speak to some of I think there's some, for folks who aren't maybe as familiar with crab right now, I mean, there's some natural components as well, right? There's the duck pond kind of area and that kind of marshy spot and access to the ocean and the pier. Is it safe to say that this is like a really vital sort of...
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll hear when people speak to it, yes. And the plan with the port is going to affect it significantly. And the port needs, I think all the levels need to work together. And I'm certainly willing to help.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all of the questions for you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks so much. Next speaker is Sharon Johnson. Ms. Johnson, the timer's to your right. I'm sure you've heard me say it a few times. You have 3 minutes to speak to council. You may have questions afterwards. I'll start the timer now.
I'd like to acknowledge that I'm on the...
Oh, please speak in just to the microphone.
Okay, good.
Yeah, thanks.
It keeps moving around here. I want to acknowledge that I'm on the unceded territories of the Squamish, the Tsleil-Waututh, and the Musqueam Nations. My name is Sharon Johnson. I'm here to ask City Council to approve the motion to improve accessibility to the park at Main Street and to reclaim 4 acres of land for a peer-led First Nations Healing Lodge. I support this motion, but I also know that it's a trade-off and a sellout for the 10,000 people and more who signed a petition voicing their opposition to the expansion of the Port of Vancouver and Dubai Ports World, operators of the Centerm container terminal, that will infill the central waterfront with 7 acres of heavy rock and dirt. We love the park. It's like a love-in. When you have to ask people to sign a petition, it's like a love-in. People just love the park down there. For more than 3 years, the port has claimed to consult the public about this project. It's been a sham process. For a while, we had this poster kind of circulating, right? Something sticks in the Port of Vancouver. Sham process, and no more really than hollow talk. From pre-design to the present, the port has had zero regard for the consequences of the community and its legitimate concerns about air and water quality, marine habitat, and municipal bylaws. The reason for this, of course, is that the port is an entity unto itself, and it's really not accountable to any level of government. Increased train, truck, and freighter traffic will bring more hazardous waste through the neighborhood that has already been through a chemical fire at the Centerm terminal in March 2015. This is actually a picture too, right? There's terrible, it was just awful, and we still haven't really forgotten it, right? To date, there's been no report or safety evacuation plan in the event of a Lac-Mégantic disaster. So that's really all I have to say. They take 7 acres because they can, and we want 4 acres. They say they will compensate the public for its help. They like to think that we help them. So please stand with us and work with other levels of government and hold them to it. Hold them to it. Make them accountable. They can afford it, and a First Nations heating lodge at Crab Park would really be a model for the universe. Okay, thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Wow. You're out of time. I was just waiting until you finished your sentence. Some people have very long sentences, but Councillor Wiebe has questions for you.
Also,
yeah, hello.
Councillor Wiebe.
Here.
Just a moment, Councillor Wiebe. I'm just gonna. I'm not sure why the timers aren't resetting, so I'm just gonna reset all of the timers, and then there we go. Councillor Wiebe, questions.
Yeah, you talked about the fire and the health concerns, but that's not involved in the motion. Is that something you'd like us to see, is to ensure that there is a process and protocol in place so that if there's another event that the residents in that area have confidence in what is happening?
I think that would really be so important.
Okay.
Really, and believe me, the people, we haven't forgotten that fire at all.
No,
that would
definitely.
That would be fabulous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. That's all the questions for you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
And the next speaker is Teresa Sankey. Timer's just to your right, and I will start it now. You have 3 minutes to speak to council.
Okay, thank you. My name is Teresa Sankey. I'm a member of Four Sisters Housing Co-op, and I live directly across from CP Rail Yard, Crab Park, and Centerm. Our neighbors, Don Larson, as well as the 10,000 that signed MP Jenny Kwan's petition, were the first wave of protest against the expansion of the Port of Vancouver's Centerm site. Crab Park is one of the few places where the downtown east side can experience the physical and mental health benefits of nature. We fought to preserve this jewel from increased industrialization and the resulting health and safety impacts. We tried, we raised community awareness, but it was a campaign doomed from the start. As Sharon said, the port is an entity unto itself, beholden to none. At a time when other so-called world-class cities are de-industrializing their waterfronts for their citizens, the Port of Vancouver continues unabated, exposing the most vulnerable of this city to further public health and environmental risks. There is no political oversight, only the power of persuasion when it comes to the port. The port will expand across the mouth of Crab Park, smothering the views because it can. Increased port rail traffic on already congested routes, another bay for dirty offline power, impacts on marine life. The port paid scientists to minimize, to discount public concerns because it can. The container fire of 2015, the community has not forgotten. The port moves forward without a viable emergency response plan for the waterfront because it can. In August, they start construction on Centerm's expansion. Pile driving, dredging, and infilling 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, without regard for residents or municipal bylaws, because it can. Once that expansion is complete, the park as we know it now is gone forever. This motion asks City Council to work with the community and various levels of government to mitigate some of the impacts of Centerm's expansion, to improve community access, the downtown east side community access, we hope, at Main Street, and to reclaim 4 acres of land for a peer-led healing and wellness space where Indigenous people of the downtown east side can access their culture without barriers in a place of historic meaning with connection to earth and water, however compromised. The Port of Vancouver has the means. We should hold them to account to fund these reparations because it can. Too often we hear folks in government say, it's not our jurisdiction, sorry, can't help you. Well, tonight we ask you to support this motion, to stand with the Parks Board, to stand with the downtown east side, to stand up for Crab Park because you can. Thank you.
Perfectly timed. There are no questions for you. Karen Duncan.
Okay.
And you have 3 minutes. The timer's to your right, and I'll start it now.
Okay, thanks a lot. So I also am speaking in favor of Crab Park. This motion, I would encourage all of you, city councillors, to support our park. It's a very important park to a whole bunch of folks. I live in Four Sisters Housing Co-op. I have for more than 20 years, and I look out over Crab Park. I think of Crab Park as the people's park. It's a very well-used and well-loved park. It's a park that has been encroached upon over the course of previous campaigns. And I did previously also try and work with the port. When we, and I stood before this council repeatedly, along with a few other folks who are going to speak tonight, in 2005 and 2006, when Crab Park was threatened. It was threatened by the construction of a soccer stadium. People seemed to think we needed another stadium in the downtown. We had to work for a year, build a coalition, the Central Waterfront Coalition, to protect Crab Park. And that was a very broadly based coalition: businesses, co-op members, condo owners, social service agencies, women's organizations, NGOs. And we all stood together and fought to save our park. This park is well loved by many different folks, and I would urge you to support the expansion and also the enhancement of the park and the Indigenous Center, and many others will speak to that aspect of the motion. But it's just a really important piece of land for all of us. It's beautiful to look at every morning, and it's lovely to walk through. I would like to be able to more easily access the park to the west. It's very inaccessible under Canada Place, and of course there are those 2 parking lots, and they don't seem to be used very much, in fact. So I think easily our park could grow by 4 kilometers, and it would be, a win-win situation for the residents of the neighborhood and also for the city. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you about how much we love Crab Park.
Thanks very much. And the next speaker is Ellie Taylor. Ellie Taylor? Is Ellie here? Okay. Don Larson. Mr. Larson, you're here in your capacity as president, Crab Water for Life Society. And you've been here before, but the timer's to your right, and I'll start it. We're going through a pilot project, so it's 3 minutes per speaker instead of 5.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson and Council. Don Larson, I first began working on Crab Park with others back in June 1982, and I'm still standing, I guess. So we've worked very hard to do festivals over all the years for the community, and we did free festivals with some money from the city, and we're proud of that. I'm proud of Crab Water for Life Society. I'm not happy with the development at all. I think it's being crammed into the central waterfront. Doesn't belong there. The port's 7 acres. The pier is as big as the park. It's 7 acres. It'll be running day and night with noise and light pollution, and it will hurt the water quality. It will hurt the air quality, and the air quality problem. I sent you an email this morning about 11 a.m. I hope you got it, Mayor and Council. Kind of a late last minute, but is noting that only one of the berths at the Centerm Pier expansion is shore power electric, environmentally friendly. Only one of the two piers. The other one is dirty, filthy, dirty freighters from Dubai Port. Rusted, dirty freighters that are throwing out toxic sulfur gas. They'll be day and night because they don't turn these off. There's no key to turn these diesel engines off. So sulfur fuel and diesel fuel, fine particulate matter, harmful to the lungs of children, especially RACAM children in the park in the summertime, and also harmful for seniors and people with already compromised respiratory problems. So you've just gone through an hour and a half of hearing about climate change and speaking to that. Well, this is an issue of climate change right here. For this council to insist that the port make both of these piers, both of these berths for freighters be shore power, electrical, environmentally friendly. It's a very reasonable request, and I'm hoping you'll do that. It's an environmental question. It's a health question. And it's a city hall question. It's not a park board question only or somebody else's question. So that's an important item to me. In False Creek, I was told today, False Creek in the 1980s, they were getting the same kind. They were getting complaints from the residents in False Creek at the foot of First Street, and it was diesel fuel from the fishing boats and the Sceners, the Scener boats, and they were shut down by the federal government for throwing all this toxic fumes into the lungs of the people. Same situation here.
And
So
that's your time,
that
but
was
you have
my
lots
time.
of questions. You do. From Councillor Carr first.
All right.
And I'm sure she'll somehow find a way to maybe ask you something that you can give your last few sentences. She's very, very good at that, I find. I'm not suggesting she should, but I'm just saying.
I don't know. Go ahead.
Great, thank you, Mr. Larson. We go back a long way on this issue, and I really want to appreciate your dedication over many decades to this park and the area. So I have three questions. And I'm just going to list them, and hopefully you'll get through them all. I'm interested and I noticed that you did send in a request about the shore power. I saw that through 311. It's very good.
Thank you.
One is access. That is written into this motion around access, and I know that you have some specific ideas about access and improving access. The second is expansion, and where you think that expansion might take place. And the third is, this motion refers to the central waterfront area, which is a very complicated area, not adjacent to Crab Park. And does it really need to be in the motion?
I didn't really understand the third, but as far as the access goes, I personally was involved 15, 20 years ago in the issue, and it went to the Supreme Court. The BC Coalition of People with Disability, Margaret Burrell and Joan Meister, an advocate in a wheelchair that lived in Strathcona, the late Joan Meister, they took it to the Supreme Court because the port didn't provide proper access. The Main Street overpass was built 12% too steep, So a lot of people never did get to Crab Park that should have got there. And that's the situation that remains today. We came up to council later, and we were within like this much of getting stairs, elevator, see-through system at Columbia Street. And I won't mention names, but somebody from Gastown came up here at the last moment and ranted and raved, and we lost by a 5-4 vote. We should have had that access at Columbia 15, 20 years ago. That's my answer to that question. I forget the second one.
Expansion and expansion, I'm thinking west, but I don't understand why Central Waterfront Hub is in there, which is not near or adjacent to the park.
Well, the letter in May 24th to 2017 was from Chairperson Michael Wiebe of the Vancouver Park Board at the time, and the Malcolm Bromley, the general manager of the park board, and it went to the port, and apparently it didn't do too much, I guess. And we've kind of we're trying to revitalize that question as why can't, if they're going to put a 7-acre pier and block all the view of the park, world-class view, sacred view, then why aren't we getting an expansion so we can still see that view? That's one of the points.
And
to
the
go in
west, that is
to the west.
Councilor Carr, that's your time.
Yes, to the west in answer. The parking lot and a little bit more is the request, and the original request was from the park board. And we just supporting your idea, which we think is brilliant.
And that's her time.
Sorry?
Councillor Fry, though, has questions for you. I have to,
Yeah.
each council member has 3 minutes, and
All
that's why I actually set the timer next to you. I choose to do that. We don't have to do that. Then you can see how much time each council member has. Councillor Fry.
Thank you,
All right.
Yeah, Mr. Larson, nice to see you, and thanks for all your work on Crab Park.
Yeah, you're welcome.
From the early days. So my question also on the whole Central Waterfront reference, because it seems a bit of a, it's quite separate from, as we've defined it traditionally, it's quite separate from Crab Park. The most recent planning for the Central Waterfront Hub identified it as Granville Square, Sinclair Center, the C-Bus terminal, that entire area. This is a pretty significant part, and of course the rail yards there, which is a pretty complicated piece of land and urban land, and also involves, I think, is that how you're defining Central Waterfront as well?
Not personally, no. I understand what you mean. I get it. But, obviously we don't have much say in all of that. I'm concerned with, the park we fought for on behalf of, first and foremost, the downtown East Side people, the low-income, fixed-income people. And I'm concerned that they're being pushed out of Crab Park as we speak. And it's been happening the last couple of years.
And that part I appreciate and stuff. It was more just the conflation with Central Waterfront and it being not defined in this motion and it being otherwise a pretty significant part of the city. So it's not essential to this motion, is basically you're saying?
Not in my view.
Okay, perfect. That's what I wanted to hear.
All right.
Thanks, Mr. Larson.
Welcome.
Thanks. Mayor Stewart. Oh, is that all your questions?
Yep.
Mayor Stewart, questions?
Thanks very much. It's great to have you here today and to converse with a living legend. So I want to thank you for all the work that you've done.
Very small legend.
I did, I shared a seat in the House of Commons with Jenny Kwan for 2 years, and so your name came up often, and I know you're in a good way. So thank you.
That's good to hear.
The names don't always come up there in a good way, but yours did. So I've had some good discussions with the new port management, just kind of get to know you type of stuff, and as well as Minister Mark Garneau about kind of the impacts of their changes on the neighborhood. There did seem to be a willingness on both sides to perhaps, I mean, I've never had any luck with a port myself, so I'm kind of totally on your side. They're probably the worst institution to deal with. However, I'm trying to change that by talking with them. And I do feel like there's, the past is, it hasn't been great, so maybe we can change that relationship. So my question to you is, in the conversations with the port, who's negotiating for you in terms of the park, like getting stuff for the park? Who discusses with the port management about this?
I don't know. John Irwin, Commissioner John Irwin has been trying lately, and Before that, I had a pretty good relation with Park Board Michael Weeb. I have no idea. It's very hard to sit down with the port to have access to. We had one meeting that didn't go that great with Jenny Kwan present this like couple of years ago.
Okay.
And they weren't that friendly towards her even, and she's an MP.
No. Well, she calls about quite often. So okay. Well, I mean, we'll see where council goes with this motion. But I do think that might be another approach. I do know, and if you reached out at all to Minister Garneau, who of course he's the transportation minister, is that occurred?
I think he's a good contact. We've sent him a lot. The last 3.5 years, Crab Water for Life Society has sent a lot of emails down that way. We only had one brief response from Mark Garneau, the minister, and he disagreed that the DOT 111 rail cars would be out on the pier, which I kind of knew. They're the old rail cars that are more dangerous. They're single-hulled, single-walled, and old, and also they have that little turret on the top. They look really dangerous. They're the black round rail cars.
But in terms of investment for the park and expanding it, new facilities, has anybody actually approached the minister or Metro for this kind of investment that you know of? I mean,
Park Board apparently.
Park Board apparently. Okay.
Park Board
wrote to them. Okay, that's great. Thanks very much for all your work, and we'll try to do what we can if this passes tonight. Thank you.
Don.
Oh, yes, sorry. And questions are up here, just so you can also see. For everyone who's in the gallery right now. Councillor Weeb, I'm just going to reset your time because you haven't used 41 seconds, sorry. I'm not sure what's going on with the timers. I'll check with the clerks while you ask your questions, but they're not resetting for me properly, so I'm going to put you back on, Councillor Weeb. There we go, and then Councillor Kirby-Young was after you. There you go. Go ahead.
Thank you for all the work, and I appreciate all your calls because I think that this is a really important topic. It talks about access. What do you see as, I know from your expertise, and we've talked before, but I don't see in the motion, what do you see from someone that knows the park well? What would be other access points that you think we'd like to see?
Well, I guess if somehow it could be done at Main Street where the Port of Vancouver did not provide proper disability access. It was built 12% too steep, and they put in this ridiculous zigzag ramp, which is still there at Alexander and Main, which doesn't work for anybody. And that's how they got off the Supreme Court case. They put in this zigzag ramp, which does not work. They are still guilty of not providing proper disability access to the people of Vancouver. It's a legal question in my mind.
Okay. And you've also talked in the past about some of the natural areas, which is talked in here about there's a water component to it for the birds and the washroom access. So can you just talk about right now with the vulnerable populations, how you see Crab Park working and what things we could do to support to make it better?
Yeah, I think the Healing Lodge, and there's the Native Healing Lodge in a traditional sense of the word, that's cultural sense, we support. And I think the Healing Lodge would anchor the park for the downtown east side people and also for the Aboriginal people and for artists who are now like out on the street carving or trying to sell paintings on Main and Hastings. They need proper venue for working on things like that, cultural artwork. And so it's an anchor. The Healing Lodge is an anchor for the downtown east side. Otherwise, we're going to get totally pushed out of that park, and it will no longer exist at all for what it was worked for, which is first and foremost a downtown east side park.
Thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young. Questions?
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Larson. Yes, we actually did do, I can attest to Mayor Stewart's point earlier that, and to assure you that the Park Board has had a lot of ongoing conversation with the Port of Vancouver for the last several years related to Crab Park and Centre and expansion. So not just recent, very much top of mind. But my question too is really zeroing in on the motion, and I just want to follow up on a question from Councillor Fry. When you said your primary concern is really Crab Park, right? And maintaining the quality of that park, the views, potential to expand Crab Park and that area, is that correct?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
We need to expand it by 4 acres, and they're putting 7 acres in front of the park and blocking a world-class view that people love.
Yeah.
And
It is
taking it away
beautiful.
from us, and the parking lot would at least give us some of that view back.
It is beautiful. And I think there's a lot of power sometimes in life in zeroing in on what you want. So that's why I wanted to confirm that, because I think the central waterfront is such a huge area that I think if we really zero in on the opportunity for the quality and expansion of Crab Park, that would be the most effective. Would you agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I would.
Sorry, I'm asking
Well,
Mr.
the Healing
Larson.
Lodge, yeah. Well, yeah, we want to expand the park.
Right.
Of course, as I think you're
Right, but within the park, the motion does speak to, just because I'm hearing some chatter, but just for clarification, the motion does speak to either expansion of the park, or it also says potential feasibility of new healing center or cultural center in Crab Park, but all focused on Crab Park.
Well, we do very much want the 4 acres of the parking lot, which is usually empty, not used, and that's our only chance to expand the park ever. So we want that. And again, as one of the factors is, the port, they pretend they're not blocking the view. They're totally blocking the view.
Yeah.
Pile up the containers, and you have no longer any kind of real view.
I hear you. And I was just asking those clarifying questions because although I know that the park board's already doing this work, if council is going to support it from an advocacy perspective, I want to make sure we're passing the most effective motion to get right at the heart of what the community wants to do, right?
Yeah, we want to expand the park.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much. And that's all the questions for you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thanks. And the next speaker on the list is Paige Turner. Paige Turner here. Gernardji O'Sullivan. You are here in your capacity as the Executive Director, Red Jam Slam.
That's right. Also a member who lives in the downtown east side. I volunteer in the downtown east side.
I've started your timer now. Yeah, thanks.
So my name is Gennarji O'Sullivan, aka Gaxtalis, and I volunteer in the downtown east side. I live in the downtown east side. My mother lived in the downtown east side. All of my relatives live in the downtown east side. We've been affected by the city, the downtown east side, in so many ways, in negative ways. It has caused our women to go missing, caused our women to be murdered. We have been at the hands of police brutality for longer than I can remember, for generations now. We need a safe place to go. And for me, that would be a healing lodge. And if you look at the United Nations Declaration, or if you look at the Truth and Reconciliations Commissions and recommendations, and most recently, the Missing and Murdered Women's to over 200 recommendations, you will see a call for healing centers and spaces. We are at a time where we need to reclaim our identities, our heritage, and our traditions. We most recently heard Jody Wilson talk about the integrity of the big house. How many of you know what the integrity of a big house is? What does it look like? What does it sound like? How does that feel? Some of you probably have enough privilege and education to know what a big house is and what our ceremonies are about. And if you are, you're really lucky. But the reality is, there are First Nations people who live in this country who do not know what a big house is and what those values are that are embodied within our ceremonies. And Canada is in an age of reconciliation right now. Shame on Canada. And shame on the city of Vancouver for allowing the Port of Authority to expand its own project and continue to contribute to the mass destruction of Mother Earth. to our air, to our water, and to our land. And when you consider that there will be an increase in traffic and drug trafficking and human trafficking, you need to step up to the challenge of protecting the Indigenous people of Canada and in this city.
And
we see
that's
people.
your time.
Really?
Yeah, I'm
Wow.
so sorry. The timer's to your right.
I barely scratched the surface. Too.
Well, I'm sorry, and there aren't any questions. Oh, there you go, Councillor Fry.
Sorry, I was multitasking.
Thanks.
Nice to see you, Ms. O'Sullivan. How are you?
Very good, thank you. Good to see you.
And so we've known each other for a while, and I know your family. And is this a place you go with your family? And is it?
Yeah, just recently I was adopted when I was little, and actually my parents met me in my big house in Alert Bay. That was the first place they met me. They lived on a cruise. They were on a cruise ship that that docked at the port where Canada Place is. Back in the day when it was a warehouse in the 70s and the 80s, the old CPR boats used to go up and down the coast from Vancouver to Alaska. And there was a cruise ship that stopped in Alert Bay, which is where I was born and which is where I was taken from. And recently I went to Crab Park to release my mom's ashes and my dad's ashes. My adopted parents worked on the CPR boats. So I frequent downtown, I frequent Crab Park. That is the place where I go when I am at the end of my own rope, because I do a lot of work in the city and I recognize that there's a lot of dysfunctionality and there's so much going on that's where I go, just to sit down and unload and to be by myself and to think about what to do next.
And so as a family too, and when your daughter was younger, how's the playground there? It seems like it could use a little work.
Yeah, I like the playground. It was one of the playgrounds that I used to take my 14-year-old Aisha to. I remember going down the slide one night, and I'd found a floppy hat, and we used to go down the slide together, and I got to the top of the slide, and I was ready to roll with her, and there was a bar right in front of me, and because of the floppy hat, I couldn't see it, and I banged my head. But I'm okay. I'm okay now.
Okay, well, thank you.
I love that park.
All right, thank you so much. Just parting, anything coming up there you want to mention?
Well, I'm concerned about Don was talking about the accessibility, and it took 15, 20 years to do this. I know that the train tracks are a major concern for safety for our children, and that they're going to be rerouting and building walls, and that there's going to be road closures left, right, and center, and that there will have to be, because of that, there will be accessibility concerns.
I was thinking Canada Day.
Oh, Canada Day, yeah. Okay, but that is, the port is making a mess of our city, right? And it's going to contribute to people getting killed on the street and on the trains, and if they can't build one accessible, create accessibility at Crab Park in 15 years, how are they going to be fixing these problems along that train route when they close roads down and have to build walkways for people in wheelchairs and on bikes and this and that? But yeah, on Canada Day, I'd like to say that invite all of you city councillors to come to Crab Park. I'm holding an event called Canada Day, and it's an intercultural event involving people from the Filipino community, First Nations community, the Japanese community, and
I'm sorry, I was
others,
talking to the clerk, and Councillor Fry would hope might hold himself to the same standards as others and see there that he's just a bit over time. So my apologies. I was just conferring with the clerk on the speakers for tonight, because we're nearing 10 o'clock. So I'm sorry. Thank you very much for coming and staying and sharing that. And just before I call the next speaker, Council, I just want to let you know it is 9:34, and we said that we want to go through motions with decision and debate. Also, remembering some of us have Metro meetings in the morning, so I will look through and see. Maybe we can talk about this via email. But I don't think that my childcare that I booked to be here for tonight will extend very much past 10. I could try and get through this item, but I probably won't be able to get much farther than that. So I'm just giving everyone a heads up because I had offered a solution earlier that might have seen us get through the speakers instead of just debate and decision. At least more speakers, but this is where we are now. So I just wanted to flag that for everyone before I call the next speaker. And the next speaker on the list is Kathy, is it Shimizu? Did I say that right? Shimizu. And the timer's to your right, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and everyone here. My name is Kathy Shimizu, and I'd like to acknowledge we're on the unceded and occupied territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, and I'm grateful for being able to live, work, and play on their lands, and I support Indigenous sovereignty. I'm speaking here today as an individual to support the motion to expand downtown Eastside green space and waterfront access, and stand with Indigenous communities to call for the creation of a space in Crab Park where healing, culture, traditional knowledge, and learning and the arts can come together in a space by the water in Crab Park, a space which also honors the murdered and missing women and holds much meaning for Indigenous people and members of the downtown Eastside community. I was a member of the Downtown Eastside Local Area Planning Process Committee, and although this was an extremely divisive process, it was one of the very few things that everyone around the table could agree upon was the need for the creation of an Indigenous health, healing, and wellness center in the downtown East Side. And this was back in 2013. And at the heart of that idea was an amazing Indigenous woman named Tracy Morrison. She was an incredibly resilient activist who worked tirelessly on behalf of Indigenous, low-income, and marginalized people in the downtown East Side. And we lost her in 2017. And I always wonder if we had actually started on the center when we were supposed to back in 2014 when the LAP passed, that if maybe she would still be with us. So I ask the city to commit the funds to this work and work with all levels of government and the Parks Board to make this happen. And I just wanted to mainly refer you to the Downtown East Plan itself, page 58, section 6.14 about Aboriginal placemaking, and page 59, section 6.14.1, 2, and 3, and especially number 3, that it says explore partnerships and opportunities to develop intergenerational Aboriginal housing projects and a healing and wellness center in the downtown East Side, and particularly page 195 that says support community efforts to recognize Aboriginal heritage and the Salish Sea civilization concept. And it was a quick start action, which meant that it was supposed to start within the first 3 years. And like I said, it was passed back in 2014. It's 2019, so I feel like it's long overdue. And as a third-generation Japanese Canadian, I know firsthand about the intergenerational trauma that exists in communities due to injustices caused by all levels of government due to racism. And in 2013, when the city of Vancouver apologized to our community for its role in uprooting and the internment of Japanese Canadians in 1942, in its apology, it promised not to repeat that injustice. So I ask you to pass this motion on behalf of, especially for the Indigenous community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Anita Romaniak. Oh, sorry. Oh, my apologies. Councillor Swanson has questions for you. I thought I looked over. Didn't see anyone there. Popped up. Councillor Swanson, questions.
Thanks so much for coming. So are you thinking that if we could go ahead and get that extra space and get a healing or a cultural center down there, that would help create a situation where Vancouver didn't have to go and, well, we still have to apologize, but there would be some sort of compensation for all the horrible stuff that's happened to Indigenous folks?
I think it would
that
be,
happened to you guys back in the 40s?
I think that it would be a really important start, especially since the year of reconciliation the city declared was back in June 2013 to June 2014. So it seems like a city commitment to something like this would be really important way to get started on a really grassroots level and actual commitment, especially if some funds goes towards it and the time and energy that's going to be required. Seems long overdue, and I really wish Ganarji had more time to speak. And at the Parks Board hearing, it was incredible. Her and Tracy, who's also going to, I think, on the speakers list, and other Indigenous folks talked about the importance of this healing center for their community and for the downtown East Side community, where the overdose crisis and the all the mental health issues that are going on are something that could be addressed by this center. It just seems like a no-brainer in so many ways.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jean.
Councillor Swanson?
Yes.
Okay. And the next speaker is Anita Romaniak. She here? I do not see her. Chris Livingstone. Livingstone? Sorry. Mr. Livingstone, the timer's just to your right, and you'll have up to 3 minutes to speak to council.
Information packs.
Oh, yes. You can hand that to the clerk, and the clerk will make sure that correspondence is distributed. And I'll just wait till you're there, and I'll start your timer now.
Good afternoon. My colonial name is Chris Livingstone. My Nishka name is Oakskotsa, which is a beaver house name, and it means the beaver that's cutting the branch towards the water. Water is important to culture and life. All life flourishes by the water, and our wish is the same for Crab Park and the First Nations urban population of Vancouver downtown East Side. Currently, my job is working with the Metro Vancouver Aboriginal Executive Council as their peer navigator. Objectives that I've been working towards are to increase the capacity of First Nations organizations to respond to the opioid crisis and to reduce the impacts on First Nations communities. It's my understanding that a peer or a person with lived experiences, his obligations towards their job is to draw on experiences about different factors which cause negative health impacts on First Nations people. It's also my understanding that this peer navigator's intent is to assist in communications between policymakers and the street and vice versa. And thank you guys for creating that spot for me at MVEC. In 2002, I assisted in the formation of WARS as their founding director and first president. While participating at the Wood Squat in 2002, I was an elected negotiator for the squatters and working for the Portland Hotel Society and Jim Green to house the squatters. My partner and I also attended all but 2 of the city-sponsored Woodward's Ideas Fair. The architect Enrique and partners gave me a plaque, and this is where we shared our ideas about healing and connection. I participated in tent cities the next year at Victory Squat, which split into 3 different parks. And WARS, the Western Aboriginal Harm Reduction Society, went to Crab Park, where we envisioned, well, the squat was called Eternal Turtle Island, and we talked about the idea of a longhouse being there. Organizations are created by gaps in services: substance use, homelessness, poverty, overrepresentation in corrections, child apprehension, missing and murdered Indigenous women, disproportionate burden of disease infection rates, low mortality rates, all are evidence of a crisis of disconnection and isolations. Communities form connections to catch people in the safety net, which is held up by pillars of support. And I hope you guys vote to support this motion to support Indigenous wellness at Crab Park. Thank you.
Tracy Draper. Oh, there are no questions for you, but thank you for your presentation. Thanks. And you have 3 minutes. The timer's to your right. I'll start now.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you for being here. I'd like to acknowledge that we're on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh Nations. I'd like to thank all the councillors for being here this evening and listening to us. My name is Tracy Draper. I am a Pipikissis woman from Saskatchewan. I am from the Cree Nation and the Treaty 4. I come from there, but I came to Vancouver back in the late 80s because I was two-spirited and there was nowhere for me to be except Vancouver because it was a large enough city so I could be who I was without any fears of repercussions for my lifestyle. What that started with me was a lot of, because I was displaced, I am a scoop. I'm a 60 scoop person, Indigenous person. And so for me, the only place that I have found the ability to discover my heritage has been in the downtown east side. I now work in the downtown east side. I have worked there for the six years, 5 of them being with the Terra Women's Resource Society. And for the last few months, I have been working with WARS. So I am the second Tracy. I didn't get a chance to meet Tracy Morrison, but I have seen her legacy. And I feel that it's a great part for me to continue what she has started. And it's sad that she is not with us today. So I am Tracy number 2, and I will continue that legacy. It starts about displacement, it starts about culture. It's very important for us to have that culture. And because there are so many different nations in the downtown east side, a healing center is the best place for us to get that culture back. And that would mean within our nations, different nations, Sioux, Lakota, Cree, Anishinaabe. And because of the trauma, a lot of people have ended up in the downtown east side, so culture is important. Commerce as well is important, a store there, some type of Bannock shack. That's kind of what I called it. We could have a Bannock shack. But that kind of thing. If you had a healing center, you could have arts and crafts and have the commerce of that from there. But also the land, and that is the last thing I want to speak about, is the importance of the land, the importance of our culture to land, to the ocean, and to the, because of what's happening, the gardens, the rehabilitation of the land. Our people have always been about medicine, and medicine is the land. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks so much. And unfortunately, I won't be able to call the next speaker. I've just spoken with the clerk, and we're in a situation where we'd have to reconvene in regular council after this. So to give us enough time to do that before 10 p.m., because there are some council members that cannot stay, including myself. I haven't heard back about my childcare, so I was hoping for a motion to refer the rest of the speakers on this list, debate and decision, to the standing committee on July the 10th. Councillor Swanson? Okay, hang on, Councillor Swanson. Let me, do you have a point of information? Did you want to speak to what I'm proposing? I'm talking to the clerk here, and we could maybe ask council if they'd extend to hear from the rest of these speakers on this list, but I'm not sure if everyone can do that.
I move that we hear from the rest of the speakers on this item and make a decision tonight.
Well, I'm sorry, Councillor Swanson. That's not going to happen. I want to make sure that we don't end this meeting. We could maybe look at, there's only 2 more speakers on this item. So I could ask council, just a moment.
Call the question.
So can we have a motion to hear from the rest of speakers on this item? Yeah, and respecting that that's asking a lot of some people who can't stay beyond 10, but I don't want to get into getting to that
I call
point.
the question.
We have to.
On my motion.
Just a moment.
I did what you did. She should ask for a vote, is what she should do.
You would need unanimous consent, Councillor Swanson. So I think that I'm just letting you know what the clerk has told me. You would need unanimous consent for that because we're not actually talking about your calling the question on your motion. We're talking about a procedure issue. So are you calling, but you would need unanimous consent. What I was suggesting was we could hear from the rest of speakers. I'm not sure if everybody else is willing to hear from speakers or debate and decision tonight. So, Councillor Swanson, what is the motion you would like to move? But you would need unanimous consent for it to pass. I'm just letting you know.
Well, let's try that and see what happens. My motion.
The clerk would like clarity on your motion.
And make a decision on this item.
No, we can't. She said that we have to deal with that after. The clerk has just informed me. Okay, Councillor Carr, you're talking across the room. Councillor Swanson, I'm really trying here. I'm trying to offer an option so the speakers to your motion don't have to come back and that we don't hit 10 p.m. because that's happened in this room before. So I'm just quick. So the clerk has asked for clarity. Councillor Swanson, can you please tell us what your motion is? Because you've called the question, so we have to vote. There's no points of information. I just need Councillor Swanson to read into the record what her motion is.
Okay, for the 3rd time, my motion is that we hear from the rest of the speakers on this item and come to a decision on it.
Okay. So I'm calling, why don't we vote on, okay, but, yep, just a moment. I think, though, that Councillor Swanson called the question to her motion, so I have to be very careful about process here, and because of legal process, I just have to check. I don't think anyone else is allowed to speak the motion. Is that correct? I'm asking the clerk here.
She needs to call the vote on the question.
So the advice I've been given by the clerk is whoever is on the queue at the time that the question is called. Councillor Kirby-Young, you were on the queue. Councillor Dominato, you were not on the queue at the time. So Councillor Kirby-Young can speak to this.
Thank you. I had a point of.
Just a.
I'm
yes,
actually
Councillor,
waiting with a point of information on this
I have a
motion.
point of order now, unfortunately.
But I was in the queue for that.
But I have a point of order and a point of order. Oh, you were in the queue for a point of order.
Yes.
Okay, what is your point of order?
My point of order was that if a member calls the question, does that preclude councillors from the opportunity to make amendments to the motion?
I understand if you were on the queue, you can speak. So let me confer with the clerk on that. I just want to be very careful. This is a legal process. Just a moment.
Because you're going to end up having people vote against it instead of supporting and working together. If you call it and people have to vote on it as is, you're not going to get. There were two different things. Then I heard call the question, which was calling the question on the motion. It was very unclear. We're going to end up having an argument or a recess on this. If we run the clock down till 10 o'clock, we're done anyway. It's like a sports game.
Okay, so Councillor Kirby-Young,
yes,
you may speak, but you may not move an amendment. And Councillor Swanson has called the question on this motion. So you are the only person who's allowed to speak to the motion because you were on the queue. Councillor Dominato, I'm sorry, you weren't on the queue. Have to follow process.
So following up on my point of...
So I'm going to start your timer now if you want to speak to the motion.
So following up on my...
Oh, but my apologies. Councillor Swanson had a point of order. So I've answered your point of order. Now I'm just going to stop. Your time hasn't started because that's a point of order. If you want to speak to the motion, keep yourself on the queue. Councillor Swanson, you had a point of order.
I was going to suggest that it would be appropriate for the chair to call for a vote on the question.
That's not a point of order, Councillor Swanson. I just found out from the chair that Councillor Kirby-Young is entitled to speak because she was on the queue ahead of time. So if you're on the queue, it's my understanding. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the clerk to answer council so that you have the clerk's answer. If someone was on the queue, it's my understanding they can speak before we call the question. Just a moment.
Because it commits us to funding.
Before the clerk can confirm that, I have to deal with a point of order. Councillor Kirby-Young had one first. Councillor Kirby-Young, your point of order.
My point of order and clarification is that we are now, or at least I am, we're now speaking to the main motion, but we can't, is the motion, because I heard two motions, can I just have clarification, please, from Councillor Swanson, one on calling the question and one on extending the meeting? So are we dealing with calling the question first, because they seem to be contradictory?
There was no motion to extend the meeting. That was what I had heard, and we can pause.
Councillor Swanson, I think if we played the tape back, did say that, and she said that into the record, and I think a number of councillors are confused because she made two separate requests.
Excuse me. I would like order in the council chamber, and I try not to call out individual councillors because it's been done to me in recent meetings and other committee meetings, but I do hear other council members, and I'm sure that and I'm hearing something from this side of the room. I'm hearing advice being given that's not from the chair or from the clerk. So we could stop the tape and roll it back, but we're going to hit 10 p.m. So what I had heard was Councillor Swanson call the question on her motion, and then I had heard some advice shouted from across the room as to what to do. That's what I heard. Councillor Kirby-Young, does that satisfy your point of order?
Sure.
Okay, if you
So
want to
now,
stay on
so
the
do I
queue
now
to
have, I now have 3 minutes to speak to the motion?
Okay, well, Councillor Carr at 9:58 has a point of parliamentary procedure. Oh, just a moment. That's not a point of parliamentary procedure.
I am asking if we need a motion right now to extend the meeting. Extending the meeting was not part of Councillor Swanson's motion. This meeting dies at 10 o'clock unless we have that.
Well, I'm going by that.
Questioning.
Actually,
do we
well,
not
you're
need?
taking a long time asking the question. I need some time to ask the clerk. And just as other councillors in this position, as Councillor Carr and I will both remember, I'll go by that clock tonight.
Oh, man.
Councillor Swanson, the advice that I've been given by the clerk, actually, Councillor Carr, this was your point of parliamentary procedure. The advice that has been given would be, it would be best if Councillor Swanson, through a point of information, could withdraw her motion. Excuse me, I'm answering a point of parliamentary procedure first. She would withdraw her motion and we would extend the meeting 10 minutes to complete business, also realizing we have to reconvene in council. Thank you very. I'm calling this meeting to order. No, I am answering a point of order. You will get your turn, Councillor Kirby-Young. Thank you. Thank you. So, is there a point of information? But it's not 10 p.m. yet by this clock.